Good morning. We'll call the meeting to order. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Algonquin Highlands is located on Treaty 20 Mississauga territory and in the traditional territory of the Mississauga and Chippewa Nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. We also acknowledge a historic shared presence of other Indigenous nations throughout the area, and we recognize these original inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. Could I have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda? Councillors Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved the February 28th, 2025 special meeting agenda be approved as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. This is a second day of our budget deliberations. I want to say I think we did fairly well yesterday, made good progress. And just again, I want to thank the staff and department heads for all the work that's been done to bring us a reasonable first draft. Is there any declaration of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof today? Seeing none, we'll move right into our first subject for the day, and that is recreation, parks, and trails. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
So if you want to go over your highlights.
Sure. Would you like me to go through each individual one? I have them listed there. Ultimately, everything we had spoken about during our projects and priorities discussion of council, we have been able to bring forth as part of this budget. So you'll see that on our project highlights. A lot of stuff going on this year and all the various cost centers and areas, some additional costs at the Dorset Tower for our various projects that we have going on there, as well as some recommendations for some increased traffic control considerations around fall colors. There were several projects in parks and trails that we're carrying forward. Council will also see some information for consideration related to the potential of funding application for pickleball court installation in various locations throughout the municipality. Projects in docks and landings, including our completion of the Russell Lake construction, and then looking at the design and tender of our next project in consideration for what would happen next year as far as construction goes at the Fletcher Lake landing. We've been able to include in recreation the hosting of the volunteer wine and cheese event happening in April. So look forward to, once budget's approved, moving ahead with planning for that. Not much in the way of equipment capital this year, just one new pickup truck replacing our 2017. Outside of that, I'll take the mayor's lead.
Thank you. Any questions on the highlights or comments that you'd want to make, or do you want to wait until we get into the individual tabs? Okay, we will start with drinking water.
So every other year in drinking water, there's a change in costs relative to with our treatment systems, replacement of our bulbs and sleeves. That's a regular maintenance item for the systems that we have, but it is an increase in budget every other year relative to the previous year. Another addition that council will note is well cleaning on all systems. Last year, we had all of our systems reviewed by the health unit, which is a regular process every 4 to 5 years, and they give us updated directives. Their updated directives require an annual cleaning of each well. That's a new requirement that we will have to do. In the past, we were doing them on a rotational basis and paying particular attention to the well at the Stanhope complex here, just because it requires some more cleaning due to the iron that's in it. which is a normal process of preventative maintenance, but some additions there. We'd also like to, we've learned at the Tapscott Lopez Park that the well there, there's not a treatment system there, and the well water does have some essentially water staining that happens inside the bathrooms there that requires quite a bit of cleaning attention. So we'd just like to add some filters there, which are essentially a simple filtration system, which we feel will alleviate that issue without putting in a full-blown UV system. So only a small amount for the actual filters in that location. So a menial 1% increase overall on the tax levy for that budget.
Any questions on the water systems? Okay, seeing none, next is Communities in Bloom.
Over the past few years, we've been very successful in updating all of our entranceway planter boxes in the town of Dorset. We completed that project last year, and now we're moving on to some of the smaller components for replacement in the plantings. These are all, again, for flowers throughout the village of Dorset. And we'd like to replace our barrel planters. There's 2 of them out in front of the fire hall. There's 4 of them out in front of the Dorset Heritage Museum that are really just at the end of life. So a $600 amount added for that. The other expenses are regular expenses. There is an increase in the planting budget overall to $2,500. Which reflects increased costs for plants, as well as the fact that we're now putting plants in planters for the entranceway at the Dorset Recreation Center and along the wall there, which just looks fantastic and has been very well received. But overall a 15% decrease, and that's because we had some additional project costs to build those planters and add those plants at the Dorset Rec Center last year.
The only question that I had with respect to Communities in Bloom or any, the flower initiatives is the Indigenous Garden at the park. I know that you were going to be having some discussions with the corporation about a corporate grant for that. I just want to make sure that it's covered completely, or ask whether we should be considering some staff allocation there.
I'm glad you asked that, because I did recently have the opportunity to connect with the company that Mr. Tapscott had give us the lead on AECOM, and they are interested in working with us, and there is the potential that they have the opportunity to do it pro bono, in their words. Now, I've only had that initial discussion. They've since linked me with a greenhouse that does this type of work, because the next step will be to actually decide on a plan, because they want to know essentially what the design is going to be before they commit to any pro bono work. So I haven't included any costing for that in this, hoping that it sounds very hopeful that we'd be able to work within a structure that works for them to do it for no cost for the municipality. After that, going forward, we just have any maintenance costs associated with it year over year. But certainly if council wanted to, again, because I don't have a plan, and because I haven't finalized those discussions as of yet, I don't know for certain whether or not there'd be additional costs, but certainly open to considering something in the budget.
Yeah, the only comment about that is that this is something that we've committed to doing this year.
Mm-hmm.
And, I just want to make sure that we're covered with respect to costs, and that, it really, I would really be disappointed to see if it got deferred for some reason or other. And if there's a planning stage that might cost, I just want to make sure we're covered. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Thanks. Chris, do you know, are either of these organizations at least partially Indigenous owned, or would we have to include a component of discussion, consultation, whatever it might be with Indigenous communities before going ahead and doing it?
Great question, and it was a fantastic conversation I had with them. There was a gentleman who is in charge of a Indigenous sector of the company, and he's from an Indigenous community himself in Southern Ontario. And the greenhouse he's linked me with is entirely Indigenous within that community. Very very willing to work together. They like the idea of the project. A lot of enthusiasm, and they've offered also to look into contacts in this area, recognizing that they're from Southern Ontario. And I would think that ideally we'd be able to engage some Indigenous that have a stake in the area. But I don't have those contacts at the moment. They're willing to help look into that and maybe help guide and direct that. But very beginning stages of a conversation right now.
Just to add to that, I've had some discussion with Mr. Tapscott about that, and he's got several names that he's willing to provide to me and sort of broker a little bit of discussion to make sure that we've done some local consultation. So I think that's covered. The one question that I would have is, was ACOM aware of the timing for the project?
Yes.
Okay.
What we committed to at this time is I'm going to have a conversation with the greenhouse, start to talk about possibilities for a design and plan, and then have a site meeting in the spring when ground thaws.
And I would like to see it come back to council just about the location of like where you think is the best location for it to go, and just to make sure we're all on side with that, because I mean it should be in a highly visible area.
Absolutely.
Deputy Mayor Dayu, did you have another question?
No, I was giving my thumbs up. That was such a great answer.
Thank you. Any other questions on this department section of his department? Seeing none. Next up is water trails.
One thing to note right off the bat with water trails is for the first time since, well, actually it's kind of been slowly happening since COVID, but we're now seeing a tapering of increasing attendance, which all parks everywhere across the continent saw during and after COVID. So we were only slightly below target last year for revenue. But as a result, council will note that our reservation and permit fees, as far as anticipated and targeted revenue, we've reduced slightly over last year's targeted revenue to be more in line with what we're now seeing. It has been challenging to predict since the pandemic, but I do see that it's leveling out. Prior to the pandemic, we saw some kind of very steady increasing growth year over year on attendance. And then with the pandemic, we saw a huge increase that continued slightly to grow, and then it's dropped down a little bit and now seems to be kind of planing out. Outside of that, we really have regular operations. One big project that is in conjunction with the Public Works this year, and some of the costs are carryovers from last year, just based on where the construction was moving into the Public Works garage here next door, where we're building offices for trails and for Public Works, and moving into that shared space. So costs associated with that, which are again carry forwards from last year, but will be a big project for us early on in this year. Next is an increase over last year in contributions to reserves, both for future equipment purchases, which we've done each year in that cost center, and it's varied how much we've put in there each year, just depending on where the overall budget lands. But a $50,000 contribution towards the future replacement of a trails office, knowing that I'd hope to likely next year move into discussing design possibilities and then start looking at costing for an updated office there in years following that. Outside of that, it really is regular operations, and I've listed details on those, so open to questions.
I'm sure there are. One question that I've got, I see that you've identified uniform for new staff, but I don't see anything that addresses new staff in the budget.
Addresses
Something
which
that you
staff,
raised
sorry?
during projects and priorities was that you wanted to add a supervisory position to your staff.
There may be some confusion there. So I'm not adding any staff this year. What I may have been referring to is hiring our Trails Office Coordinator. And that position was approved in budget in 2023. However, because we had the Recreation Coordinator, Sandra, in the Trails Office, she was able to fill that role the past couple of years until the Recreation Center opened. So this year we would be actually hiring that position. And this would be a seasonal position, May to October. So no new positions.
Any questions or comments on that? Councillor Barry?
Just clarification on the reserve. 50,000 is for the new office and then 50,000 would be for future equipment purchases.
Correct.
Where is the future equipment purchase? Where does that live in reserves?
Do you have the reserves right
Yeah.
handy there?
Yeah. I just don't see it in here. I see 50,000 going into water trails, but that's saying it's for the canoe replacements and truck. And then I found the 50,000 for Trails Office, but it's the other 50,000 I don't see.
If I may, the 50,000 is under water trails, like
Okay.
you said, and that's for future equipment and so forth within the water trails, and then the other 50 is for the office. Yeah, you see the full 100 there.
Okay, and of that is, I remember the 50,000 for trails. Have we agreed to do the 50,000 for equipment every year?
Again, it's so not a specific amount. No, it's depended really on where the budget lies essentially overall. And there's been several years that council has chosen to direct some operating surplus there to either increase it or in other years decrease it because we were over on some expense areas. So you'd notice if you looked year over year that it's kind of wavered up and down, but always generally close to that kind of
Reserves for
amount.
Water trails. Any questions about that amount of money for to go into reserves for water trails equipment?
I fully support the 50,000 for the office, but
That's not the question I asked. Is there any question on the 50,000 for equipment for water trails?
I wonder if we can put that in the parking lot.
Yeah, I've got the same question. I think there might be some room there.
Just
I
that-
also, I've got the same question about the $50,000 for the Trails Office. I know that we do need to build up, and I'm sorry, I should have asked if we've got a specific amount for Trails Office.
That would bring
So
us.
this would put us at 212.
Mhm.
What are your thoughts about replacing the Trails Office? I can just sort of think about that. It would seem to me as somewhat of a historic building that's there. Are you thinking about replacing that building, tearing it down, continue to use the building somehow, add to it?
My hope is because that has a heritage designation, both of the buildings on the site.
It has a designation?
Yeah.
Okay,
And my hope would be to keep that building and not change it, and also not change the Towerman's cabin, and build a new building on site. And that building would still be utilized within the department for our rental processes.
so we've got enough room, enough land there to put a new building. I guess that would be south of our existing building, office building.
It would be north, so further up the shoreline towards the Frost Center buildings would be the location that we have available.
Okay. Any further comments on the amount for the Trails Office? I look forward to seeing the plans for that. And I mean, I know that you're pretty restricted to space and we need to do something, so I look forward to that.
Space will certainly be our biggest confinement there.
Okay, further comments or questions about water trails? Councillor Richards and then Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I think everyone knows what I'm gonna say because I've been saying it for 3 years.
Well, let's hear it.
We're spending way too much money here for what we're getting in revenue. Renting canoes and campsites to non-taxpayers and our taxpayers absorbing this amount of money is just. I don't like it. And I don't think you can change my mind on it. I think it's valuable to the community. I love seeing kids come on school buses and go out on the canoes and enjoy the campsites, but it's costing our taxpayers too much money. And we need to find a way to resolve that.
Well, one of the things we have done is talked about a bit of a review of use of facilities based on whether they're local or folks coming from outside of the township. I'm not sure, you know, if other members of council have got comments about that. You know, there's a lot of, I mean, if you look at our facilities, we provide a lot of facilities that there's certainly nowhere near any cost recovery, if, you know, if any cost recovery on some of them. And I don't see this as being a lot different than that, but I do think that we can look at a review of fees. But I'd like to hear what Chris has got to say about it.
Thank you. And I just wanted to be able to give council an update on resident, non-resident fee review. We have been digging into that process right now, and I hope to be able to bring a report to council. I actually have it drafted. I'm just waiting on a few more pieces from our software providers before I can finalize that report. But the initial findings, and this is for consideration of fees across all cost centers for the tower, recreation, rentals programs, as well as trails, ski trails, campsites, et cetera. I've asked our software provider to give me a breakdown. I did it several years ago, but I need an updated one on the percentage of resident versus non-resident campers. The last time we looked at it, it was less than 1%. That was in 2022.
Indifference between the two.
Of resident campers are less than 1%. So with typically sometimes as many as 30,000 visitations or visitors in a year, if we would want to look at a resident, non-resident fee specific to that, to look at a revenue generator for some cost recovery, it may be, council may want to consider ultimately a review of fees overall to move towards cost recovery and then offer a resident discount rather than a non-resident surcharge, because you'd be charging a non-resident surcharge to every single person and giving a discount to one person. That's based on the numbers I had at the time. That information, as I finalize it, I'll be able to bring to council very soon. The one thing we don't know, however, and we're not able to track is what day usage is. We don't charge any fees. There's no registration process for day users. Day users being just people going on a canoe outing for the day, using portages, going fishing, those types of things. That's where we talk to and run into people who are local. And we're not capturing that in those numbers, and there is no way to capture that. So I just wanted to give those updates as we consider this.
You know, there's a number of philosophies about, you know, about the concern that you've got. On the one hand, you know, people who are covering the greatest part of our taxes want to have recreational facilities to use, and we want to be able to provide them with options. And on the other hand, we also want to encourage visitors from everywhere. And, you know, we have to find the appropriate balance there. I guess I would look to other members of council for comments or thoughts on Councillor Richard's position. Councillor Berry, and then Deputy Mayor Dayu, and
Yeah.
Councillor Shortreed.
Without saying what you just said, like I feel that recreation generally just does not bring in revenue. And I think, you know, if you were to compare this to, you know, a pool, the overhead would be as much or worse. And you would have that asset that is depreciating, where I feel like we're protecting the asset we have with the wages that we have. We're, you know,
All
we
of
have
us.
quite a few employees that work here, and I do think that we're, you know, the next best thing to Algonquin Park. And I think that it's an asset that I'm proud of, and I support the budget. Would it be nice to have a bit more revenue? Sure. But like overall in the expenditures, you know, with the exception of investing in maybe the trails office, like a lot of these are pretty small numbers. That's what I got.
Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Thanks. Yes, my question was also about Chris's work on fee differentials. I presume then that your anticipated fees in the revenue line does not reflect any estimate of what a change in fee structure would bring in. This is just based on the current fees. Is that
Correct.
right? Yeah, yeah. So when do you think you might be able to hit the play button on any of this? And actually, it sounds like the water trails might be something we could do quite a bit quicker because of the numbers. I'm thinking more about the more difficult ones like the recreation center, etc. But on the water trails, if we're really down by 1%, if we really only have about a 1% pickup from locals, I would almost suggest we offer those trails for free to locals and then increase our costs or increase our fees to a degree that is meaningful for our non-local visitors. And if it's not for free, then something quite minor, because clearly that's not going to impact our revenue stream. Clearly they're all, they are, as we all know, they're already contributing to the water trail system. But if that's something that we could do for this season, just by offering a significant discount to those who can prove they've got an AH address, I think that would be a great thing for this year.
I'm going to go to Councillor Shortreed, then back to Councillor Berry, then Councillor Richards.
I just wanted to say that I think we'd be surprised how many local day users we do have, because I hear from a lot of people that they do use it for hiking and canoeing and things like that. So we do get a lot of day users, like Chris said, they can't track, so.
Councillor Berry?
Just in regards to some revenue, like I don't know the advertising that's done in regards to free day use, but is there an opportunity for day use by donation? Is there, I know we used to have like an Adopt a Trail program. I don't know if there can be like a sponsorship or anything like that where people like there's people in the area that would be mortified like our local community would be mortified if this wasn't available. Like, is there a way for there to be like an investment or sponsorship or fundraising opportunity just to up the revenue in some way? Just a thought.
I do like the idea of use by donation. We've found at the airport, for our events that, we're offering the event for free. And the donations are considerable, I think, because of that. Councillor Richards.
I think that some of our thoughts on this are a little too wide. When it
Need
comes
to be a little more specific than that.
when it comes to day use trippers, that's not what I'm referring to whatsoever. I'm talking about people from out of town enjoying their vacation on our taxpayers' dollars. And I just don't think it's fair. There's a huge difference between our locals using our water trail and us supporting them and being proud of them, as we should be. I really do like the Adopt a Trail program. I think that that's something that should be more encouraged on all of our trails. But I can't get off thinking about our taxpayers paying for the vacations of people who are not paying taxes here, not contributing to our local economy here. I know that it can be said that people think that they are, but I have seen that they're not. It's a huge expense in our employees going out there and managing these sites and cleaning up after them at these campsites. It's a burden to the communities. And this is not even truly reflective of costs that we incur, because it's not including all the parking that they take up when they come. And they don't pay for that parking either. And we're having to put a lot of money into parking. So I think we really need to focus on gaining more revenue for those canoe rentals, for those campsites, in order to pay to continue to have them.
Well, I have to, get some level of agreement from council as a whole before we, enter into a new philosophy for fees. And we do know that Chris is working on that. And hopefully we'll get something back fairly quickly. I'm not sure. I know it's kind of challenging to gauge here in Algonquin Highlands because we don't have the kind of commercial cores that other communities have. But I think from an economic development standpoint, part of the goal is to encourage people to come here, as you said, spend some of their vacation here and spend money in other places, the restaurants, or they're staying in, one of the accommodators places, and, that's sort of part of the goal. It's a, big philosophical discussion that we would need to have about that. I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor Dayu and then back to you, Chris.
I do think that at our last budget meeting, we did agree to take a very serious look at non-resident user fees, and that's what staff is about to come back to us with. So, I mean, that direction's been given, the research is being done, and we're going to get a great report. And from my conversations with Chris, it sounds like technologically it's kind of challenging when it comes to things like the rec center, et cetera, to differentiate. And those are technological nuts and bolts that just have to be figured out. But we have given the direction that we want to go to a better fee structure that reflects exactly what Councillor Richards is saying. So I'm still fully in support of that, and I look forward to the report coming back. I would cross my fingers, though, that given the numbers that Chris has told us today about the number of local people who use the trails, that the process for the water trails might be a heck of a lot simpler, technologically speaking, than the rec center, for example. But I don't know anything about technology, so I look forward to hearing more about that. The only comment I would like to make is about the day trippers. Water access in Ontario is free. You lakes are for everybody, rivers are for everybody. I don't feel comfortable at all saying you've got to pay a fee to bring your own canoe to use the lake in, in front of the Frost Center, that's already free for people. So if we're talking about a parking fee, okay, that's something, and that might come up in the master plan. But a day tripper fee when people are using their own equipment, I have to say I'm against it.
So you've heard some of the suggestions that, that you've heard about, sponsorship of trails, access by donation, parking at some facilities, things to keep in mind and come back to us with your thoughts on that. I know we just made the report that is guaranteed to be great. I heard we're going to get a great report. But those are some of the things to consider when you're completing your review. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. Having a lot of various thoughts on different points that we've touched on, the one thing that I think is pertinent to add to this discussion is going back to the history of the development of the water trails and why it came to be. And when we're looking at parking lot and usage and people accessing those sites and taking up parking spaces, et cetera, that was happening prior to us doing any management. And it was a public outreach that ultimately led to council going down the path of wanting to have a management model. And it was because of how many people were accessing the area and using those parking spaces and using those campsites and giving us the opportunity to, rather than having to do that work without any revenue, actually offset some of those costs with some revenue. So that's to say that if we weren't doing any of this, those people would still be going there and they'd still be doing those things. They'd still be parking in those parking spaces, using those portages, accessing those campsites. And at that time, before we were doing the management, council was getting, from what I understand, to be significant outreach from the public saying something needs to be done about it to manage how much usage is happening here. So just to add that thought to the discussion. And when considering fees and the various locations, absolutely, to Deputy Mayor Dayu's point, the challenge has been talking to three different software providers about what's possible at each different location and then working within those confines. We're actually finding it may be much easier and simpler to implement something at the rec center than it will be for the water trails. When we're thinking about timelines, that's what I've asked our service provider for the water trails, and they're actually working on that for me right now. But upfront, one of the considerations is something as simple as we wouldn't have the ability to differentiate beyond just an honor system, somebody clicking a box on a website. So we have to actually develop some software. They have to let me know how long that's going to take. Whereas some of those pieces already exist in the recreation software and we could probably implement right away. It'd take a little bit longer for water trails. I'll highlight some of those considerations in my report. And then the final bit, actually 2 points, is with our Adopt a Trail program, we do still advertise that. We have it on signage at every access point. It is still on our website. We have no uptake on it at all, and we haven't in quite some time. There was uptake on it initially, so it's been disappointing to see the decline in that, but it's the reality of what's been happening. When considering fees, I did look at fees relative to where we stand with Ontario Parks. We are 27% ahead of that as far as our per user per night rate goes. And they'd be what we typically look at as kind of one of our direct competitors offering the same thing nearby. So there's that balance of considering raising fees relative to potentially affecting attendance.
Losing business.
Yeah.
Well, I've just one comment. When you talk about additional software, you heard a substantial discussion yesterday about the cost of software, maintaining it, the fees associated with it. So I mean, that's another challenge that we have to deal with. I mean, it's the way of the world going forward. Councillor Barry.
I don't even know, because it's such a new program, but in regards to the short-term rental, is there any way to earmark a percentage or something that can be put back into the trail system? I'm just thinking, there's a lot of families that can't afford to do the short-term rentals. And having the water trails and the camping is just, a little bit more economical for people that can't do that. And I'm just wondering if there's any sort of crossover that could happen there.
There is, because 50% of the revenue that comes through as part of the short-term rental program has to be directed towards tourism.
Mhm,
And the other 50% is at our discretion. So if we see that that's our priority direction, we can certainly help offset these kinds of costs through that program. But it's going to take a little bit of time for us to, really get a clear idea of what sort of revenues we're going to get. I think, we've heard that we're still pretty low in the numbers. We've got a ways to go. I mean, short-term rentals are supposed to pay for themselves, and you can see that yesterday that there's a cost associated with it for this year. Okay, did you have any response or anything further? Anybody, anything further on water trails? Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Thanks. On page 2, with regards to training and education, you've allocated 16,009 for that, 17,000, and there's quite a bit of training there. I wonder, could you just comment on how much of that training is for brand new staff coming in, and how much is top up for previous staff? I guess what I'm trying to get a sense of is, when we get new trail staff that come in each year for the season, is that the investment that we need to make year on year for folks who may not be with us for a great length of time, or am I misunderstanding that line? Or misinterpreting that line, I should say.
Yes, thank you. And through you, Mayor, it's both. There is some training that's ongoing, that's upgrading and renewal of certificates for existing staff, being our trails coordinator as well as myself. And then there's annual training for seasonal staff. The large majority of it is annual training for seasonal staff.
And do you tend to see the same folks come back year upon year, or do you tend to get brand new people every year?
Average, we'd have people that are seasonal return for 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah, would be average.
And if I may, Madam Mayor, I appreciate that's just how it is. I'm not challenging it anyway, but it's hard. It's good to just get a sense of where that budget line goes. But that's the nature of having seasonal staff, and often younger seasonal staff. So I don't dispute it. I just want to understand it a bit better. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, and I appreciate that. And through you, Mayor, we do consider, we train our full-time staff to a higher level than we do our seasonal staff. So essentially, I train seasonal staff to a minimum level of certification that's required to do the work that they do safely and efficiently. And then we train those full-time staff essentially to be what in the industry is known as trip leader or day trip leader certification level. So we increase on their training over several years to get them to a higher level, knowing that they're in essentially a leadership role of those student staff who are getting really as low of a level as we'd be able to get them while staying within compliance for safety, et cetera.
Councillor Barry.
When we're doing that training, is there an opportunity to open that to the public and make revenue on that? Is that something, like, I'm just thinking as far as like education courses, when you're having people come up and give those programs, is there an opportunity to extend that to other people? That's my first question. Second question is any of that training possible to be in through the youth program, like, or the youth ranger program? Is any of the training that's in this line being done with the youth rangers, and some of that's 50% covered, so I just wondered if there's a way to move the revenue a little bit, or the expenditure.
So there's not, the Ranger program has its own training budget, and we put them through similar training at the same time, but the two cost centers and those individuals are charged under the Youth Ranger budget, which is paid for entirely through our partnership with the MNR. Our staff are paid for through this budget. Sometimes there are opportunities that we have been able to open up to the public, and we actually host a course. More often than not, it's more efficient and simpler for us to send a staff to a course. Each year, it's a constant shuffle of you hire staff, they come to you with various certifications, you find out where everybody lies, and then you find out where they need things filled in. So sometimes, for example, like 2 years ago, we were able to host a chainsaw course because we had enough staff between our department and Public Works. But to host that, I need at least a minimum of 12 people. Some years I only have one person to train, other years I have 5 people to train. So I do look at that and balance it. And it depends on the companies as well. Sometimes they're looking for a place to host courses, and we can have that conversation with them, sometimes not. And it does become quite extensive to a point that you're now managing. If I were to run all these courses in-house and open them up to the public, we'd then be managing training courses to a significant degree, I would say.
Okay, any other questions about, on this section? So the one takeaway is that we want to put in the parking lot the contribution to reserves. Next are ski trails.
We had several, well, not several, a project that's really kind of all combined into one. That was a carry forward from last year, and that's just doing some work on the trails. It's an annual thing. We actually just ran into weather with the early winter this past year is why we had to carry it forward. So you'd see what I would call a typical operating expense across the board. We did have, as council's aware, a loss on a piece of equipment, being a snowmobile, at the start of this grooming season. That is going to be an insurance claim. So you'll see the in for the revenue under contributions for other fees for the snowmobile insurance replacement, and then the out under capital expenditures that match that below. And then some costs in our equipment and vehicle repairs that would align with some work that we had to get done on our other existing snowmobile to get set up for what Councillor Barry was asking me about yesterday about track setting on the ski trails. Outside of that, we're finalizing some signage projects. The past couple of seasons, we've been successful in updating and improving all of our intersection signs. We just finalized our entranceway billboard sign for the entranceway at the ski trail parking lot. Next is to continue with on-trail secondary signage, so some directional signage, et cetera, on trail. So some costs associated with that, and that's also a carry forward from last year.
I just, one note that I wanted to make is, in the carry forward brochure printing, just to, hopefully we're holding off long enough to make sure that they're in line with wherever we land with the branding project.
In this case, we had a need to go ahead with that print already for those brochures. We were out leading into this season, and we were carrying forward that amount. So we went ahead with that printing, but certainly any future considerations could have the branding consideration on it.
Not could have,
Yeah.
will have.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
So that's part of the deferred projects that you've identified in in the revenue section.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Counselor Barry?
Do we sell our used ski rentals in that? Like we do, I'm just wondering, similar to the canoe program that's been successful, I wonder if we do the same thing with our rentals.
We haven't yet, but we would, when the time comes, yes. Yeah.
Any other questions on ski trails? Hearing none. Next up is the Youth Ranger Program. That's pretty much an in and out, as you previously mentioned. Anything that you wanted to highlight there?
Again, we have not yet, which is typical for this time of the year, received notification as to whether or not we'll receive that program and funding again this year. That will happen usually in the coming month and a month and a half. But yes, this has been a fantastic partnership with the MNR over a number of years now that we continue to benefit from. That's a great program. And I certainly hope we're able to continue it this year.
I know every year I get the feeling that we're kind of holding our breath, hoping that we do get an approval on continuing of the program, because it's great from so many perspectives. Any questions or comments on Youth Ranger? Okay, next is the soccer program.
This year, we have a need to replace and add some size 3 soccer balls, which are a smaller size of soccer ball. I'm suggesting that we fund that out of reserves. We have relatively good reserves available for that program from over the years. And that's because we've been seeing a trend in younger kids attending the program. So where we used to have more of the middle-aged categories that would use a full-size ball, we're now seeing more of the young age categories and anticipate that to continue over the next several seasons. So adding that, our field chalk is something that has to be purchased every other year. Outside of that, typical expenses, I would like to highlight under other fees, I've reduced the anticipated revenue, and I want to explain that a little bit. And in the past, we've been able to target more registrants. Over the past, and the number of registrants we're able to host is relative to the number of volunteer coaches we can get. We do a significant amount of advertising and outreach for volunteer coaches, but we have had more of a struggle getting volunteer coaches the past several seasons than in seasons past. And we're limited to the number of registrants by the number of volunteer coaches we're typically getting. So our target of 80 registrants is based on the number of volunteers we can expect to have, based on what we've seen over the past few years, which is fewer than what we've targeted previously. So a decrease in revenues.
Questions or comments on this section? Hearing none, next is the swing project.
Sorry, which one?
It's a swing project. Oh, so I'm sorry, swim project. Nothing like throwing a curveball at you, sorry.
So this, as council's aware, the past 3 seasons, we've not found instructors for this program. And last year, we did discuss as we went into this year that it may be the last year to consider it if we can't get instructors. I'm happy to say that we do have applicants at the moment. We just finished our job postings and we've set up interviews with them. However, we haven't finalized that process yet and we don't have them hired. So I hope that works out and we're able to, for the first time in several seasons, run this program.
Mhm.
But I just wanted to remind council that we did come in out of last budget year identifying that we may not go ahead with this budget this year based on that fact.
Questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
It's a strange kind of thread the needle question, because I often see on Facebook, for example, in group chats, public group chats, I've got a 4-year-old, I'm looking for a qualified swim instructor to come to my house and teach the child for a session this summer. And often you see people sharing that, or someone saying, "Hey, I would be interested in that," et cetera, et cetera. So it's an odd thing that we still can't seem to get these folk. I'm very, very hopeful for this year. Because it seems like there's a thread and there's a needle, and we don't seem to be able to get it in the right spot. So
Maybe
fingers
we need
crossed.
to do a little bit better job on communications with respect to that, just to let people know, or do some hype, with respect to, how exciting it is, but we've got our swim program back in place this year.
Yeah, maybe some more cross-posting in public groups that even we as individuals could do to get the message out there. Yeah, we'll do our best. Oh, but you say the applications have already closed. Is that right, Chris? Okay, so in this case, let's keep our fingers crossed that you've got some great applicants for this year. Yeah.
Go ahead, Chris.
When the program runs, it's very well attended. We have no issue filling attendance quotas. And in fact, we've been able to add some programs, including some adult aquafit programs that we weren't adding before. It has been a struggle finding those qualified instructors, and I think it's they're very high level certifications to have, and we have a limited pool of people, I would say, in the area that may have those types of qualifications and be able to apply. We benefited for many years from 2 generations of the same family who had similar interests, who went through the qualification processes, and we literally had sister after sister, then brother, and then that type of thing going on. And then they all, grew up and went off to university, et cetera. And with these, we've got applicants, so I certainly hope it works out.
Any other questions then on the swim program? Okay, next up is Parks, Rec and Trail Facilities, Dorset Lions Park.
So for Dorset Lions Park, Council will see there's no change in operating budget for this. I'll highlight a few things that we're doing there and suggest that we'd like to be able to do with Council this year. Is a small item is just replacing an outdoor fitness equipment signage. That's really kind of a regular maintenance item. The entranceway lighting there. Last year, as council's aware, we were able to finalize a project which was funded by a grant to replace all of the lighting along the pathway. And we realized at that time an opportunity to, there was a solar light on the front end of the entranceway of the pergola that it's there and it works, but now that we have the rest of the space lit, we feel that we can add that for a nominal cost, because we have the wiring up to that point to then light up the entranceway of the pergola itself, which leads from the parking lot into the park. So a $1,500 expense associated with that. The big discussion here, of course, is the pickleball court project. And this is the first place council is going to see it, whether or not through you, Mayor, you want to discuss that in more detail. But you'll see this here in other parks for the Stanhope Park location, as well as in the Oxtongue Lake Community Center. Council requested that we have that discussion at budget time. So we have included our contributions and what it would look like in each one of those cost centers, this being one of them.
Well, we might as well talk about pickleball. And I mean, I know how absolutely popular pickleball is and it just seems like the enthusiasm is increasing exponentially. I also think that this is an absolutely extraordinary cost for us to bear. When you look at our portion of the contribution, it's a substantial increase, overall on the levy and I've got a bit of a problem with it, particularly if we're going to consider all three locations. I know that we did ask for you to look at that or consider all three locations, but when I look at what's available in Stanhope for courts, the pickleball is available in Dorset. At this point, I'd say the only place where pickleball is not available is in Oxtown. And, I'm not sure where council's going to stand, but I've heard concerns raised from everyone about the overall cost of this project. No matter how popular it might be, it's just, kind of goes to Councillor Richards' comments about like, this is costing us a lot of money and how many people are going to use it. And for that amount of money for one particular activity, it seems like it's pretty substantial. Anyway, I would look to other members of council to, unless there are other specific questions on this cost center, before we get into the pickleball discussion. Are there any other questions about this? So let's hear your thoughts on pickleball in general. Like, I mean, we might as, because it's in three different cost centers, we might as well have one discussion about all three. Go ahead.
Dorset has pickleball, or the potential of pickleball 7 days a week. So I just can't justify another pickleball court in Dorset. Stanhope the same. I mean, they don't have pickleball, but they've got tennis and everything else. Oxtown, could see the benefit of having it there.
Other thoughts? Councillor Berry.
I appreciate this grant came to us and I say, yes, we don't have pickleball in Oxtongue, but we also haven't identified that as a need. So I feel that and we have already agreed, like the last conversation I had up in Oxtongue was working on sort of updating the soccer field and having like an outdoor space. And we're also updating their playground this year. So personally, I feel I would be fine to pass on all three. That's kind of where I sit right now, just with the cost of it, and the fact that it is already available in two of the three rec centers.
Deputy Mayor Dayu. Did I see your hand up?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah. It's tough. It's so hard to say no to a grant opportunity because yes, we would still be spending, but we would be receiving a lot more than we would be spending. And that's a really difficult thing to say no to. I do agree, and this is with my Oxtongue hat off. I do agree that if we were only to go to one location, Oxtongue would be the obvious one because there isn't a facility there. I think Chris has suggested a multi-court space rather than a dedicated pickleball, not a multi-court, but a multi-game court rather than a dedicated pickleball one, just to to cover a bunch of different interests. I am aware, though, there is a split opinion up in Oxtongue about whether that is a good use of township money. I think if council was even a little bit interested in continuing down this road, perhaps getting a better sense of what folks feel in Oxtongue, whether they would use it, whether the facilities that they enjoy in Dorset and in Dwight are sufficient. As Councillor Barry said, we're already doing some really great stuff to the outdoor space there. So I would proceed with caution, if at all. I would probably vote to only look at Oxtongue because of the other two locations being already serviced in that way, but not without a bit of community consultation. And perhaps a question in there could be, would there be interest in some donations for this or contributions of some kind? Obviously, we can't do that before we close the budget, but that's where I'm sitting at the minute.
You know, one thing that has been raised to me is the absolutely fantastic job that the folks in Dorset do with fundraising. I mean, we know that they've got a major driver of that process, but you know, I think that sometimes for projects like this, a fundraising initiative might be good. Keeping in mind that every time that you know, there's fundraising and something is donated to the municipality, we have to maintain it and staff it and look after programming. You know, I just look at the $263,000 is a 4% part of the levy, correct? No?
Actually, the way that we presented it is that we were actually funding our portion from working funds, so it is coming from reserves, but it wasn't actually hitting the levy.
But it still values 4%, and if you're reducing that amount out of reserves, I mean, that's reducing the capabilities for other projects that we might want to do,
Absolutely,
and
yeah.
we need to prioritize where they stand against pickleball.
Absolutely.
Councillor Richardson.
I'm sorry, but I'm a no on all three. It's too much money and now's not the time for this for us. Don't think.
So I've heard 3 no's on all 3. So I know that you've put a certain amount of work into this, and, you know, we really do want to recognize that pickleball is really popular, and this would be a wonderful project to go ahead with. But given the other priorities we've got and the costs that what we would have to put into it, no matter how you look at it, it's a heck of a lot of money that would have to come out of our budget from some center or another. Councillor Barry.
So how would that work in regards to, the money has come out of reserve? Is that something we would put in the parking lot to discuss if that just comes out? We don't use it, or would we reallocate some of that money into a different reserve?
Well, that's a different, I mean, we can discuss that sort of at the end
Yeah,
of things. What I would like us to do is to maybe, because I've heard and I mean, I think I might have been the first one to say, look, why don't we think about just one location, that being the one location where there isn't that opportunity, especially if it's a multi-purpose court, that we might leave Oxtongue in the parking lot, and if we decide against it, take at least that small portion of what might come out of reserves for reconsideration. It's still $263,000.
263,000 is the total project. Half of that, or a portion of that, is coming from the grant, and the other portion is coming from the reserve, yes. So it is 263,000, but it's funded at this point through the grant and the reserves.
Okay. I mean, we still need to have the same discussion when it comes to, you know, taking money out of reserves
Oh,
and
for
what
sure.
else we might do with that.
Just to further clarify that, we wouldn't be looking to redirect 265, it would be 129. Because that's
Okay.
our portion.
So just say that again. $263,000 is the full cost to us for all 3 locations?
No, 263,000 is the cost for the pickleball court. A portion is coming from the grant, in this case, 131,000 in Dorset Lions Park. And the remaining half of that 263 is coming from our reserve. So it's just the portion that's from the reserve that we can reallocate
Or not?
Or not. It would just remain in the reserve. It just wouldn't be removed.
Yeah, and from my perspective, if we're not going to do the project, the money could very well remain in reserves, given that there's 11%, I think, reduction in our level of our reserves.
Absolutely.
And if there are things that we, you know, when we get into the parking lot and there are things that we want to add in, you know, we've got that consideration. That sound reasonable? Okay, and next would be the Dorset Rec Center.
Okay. Now, I just want to highlight here first, and then I'll go into some recreation highlights, that this is a shared cost center between Public Works, who takes care of the maintenance essentially of the building. and the recreation portion is entirely under myself. So if there's specific questions I can't answer around any sort of maintenance related projects, certainly Mr. Thorne's here and available. From a recreation perspective, a few items that are being proposed this year that are new. So I'd like to replace the AV stereo equipment that's at the recreation center. The equipment that's there is aged, and the challenge with it is it doesn't match the current way that people interact with AV equipment. So that's to say it doesn't have capabilities for modern functionality to attach to modern other components, Bluetooth, those types of things. So I'd like to update it to be the same as the one that we have at the Stanhope Hall here, which is fantastic, and that would have the added benefit of having some consistency between locations for training for staff and staff setup. Hall rental utensils and purchase of chafing warmers, as well as, well, the other portions are actually just miscellaneous supplies, which we typically buy, and cleaning supplies, et cetera. So just updating some of our utensils and keeping those refreshed within the space. Our chafing warmers, these are the warming trays that are for like at the Snowball. We serve our pancakes and our sausages and our bacon, et cetera, in a warming tray out in the gymnasium. You'll see a cost for the volunteer wine and cheese appreciation event to be hosted in April during Volunteer Week. That's a $4,000 I'm proposing to council. And that would assume up to $40 per person for up to 100 people. Proposing a township logo event tent and tablecloth. So last year, council will recall, we were able to purchase a township banner to be used at events. And these can be used across all departments for all events at all locations, including those at the airport, et cetera. The intent here is that when we have an event, we have a place that's identified and labeled for whether it be staff or program volunteers, or if members of council or committee volunteers wanted to be at that space, it's identified with a table and a shelter with our banner out front. So a $1,900 proposed expense associated with that.
What does the banner actually say?
It's the Township of Algonquin Highlands logo with kind of a background image of a trees and a lake and Township of Algonquin Highlands.
Okay.
Yeah. As far as recreation related goes, those are the highlights that would be outside of regular operating expenses.
The only thing that I had that identified here, well, I did want to hear a little bit about the event tent and tablecloth, but it's not a big expense, and I can see the value to it. I've always had a little bit of an issue with the digital signage. However, I have spent some time talking to our Dorset rep, who has reminded me about, a lot of folks don't get social media and don't get a lot of information, and that there is a true benefit to keeping folks informed about what's going on in the community, as long as we keep that active and up to date. So any thoughts or comments on this cost center? Deputy Mayor Dayu, maybe I should go to Chris first and then we'll go to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, and I'm sure council recalls this, but just for anybody listening as well, the HVAC and the digital signage project, we are awaiting word for a grant that we did apply for those projects. We have not yet received word.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I've got a little question and a big question. The little question is about the Christmas tree. And I appreciate that might not come under this particular cost center, but maybe it's just a time to raise it. Um, we have, over the last couple of Christmas tree lighting ceremonies, discussed the reality that we're going to be probably looking at a new Christmas tree in the foreseeable future, and we've, around the fire pit with our hot chocolate talked about, what about doing it in a way that's really inclusive of the community, getting a new tree that we grow for the next few years, and people get to name it or contribute to it or adopt it or whatever it might be, and then in a few years' time, when it's necessary, we have a ceremonial transition to the new tree. So very much about a community process, because the tree is quite important in the Dorset community. And I just wonder, is now a time when we can start thinking about that? Is that something that we can plan for this year? That's my small question.
Well, if you may consider it to be a small suggestion, but it sounds like a good small suggestion. Uh, Chris, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Here we are already talking about Christmas, is why I'm smirking a little bit. But council recall last year, we had budgeted over in the Dorset Lions Park to purchase and spade in a tree. And when we approach projects and priorities, I did highlight the potential of a public outreach that, rather than putting in a new tree, looking at one of the existing trees that's in the park there. And how that came to be is, as we were having a discussion with the gardener and thinking about bringing in a tree and looking at locations, we were looking at what's a beautiful full white pine tree that's already in a perfect spot in the park. And that offers a lot of opportunity, and it'd be a great tree. But at the same time, what I had mentioned during projects and priorities, and this doesn't have a cost associated with it, so you don't see a cost here, but having a community survey using Bang the Table or Let's Connect Algonquin Highlands, and seeing whether or not we wanted to name that tree the tree and move in that direction, the existing one, or if the community had another desire, such as still planting a tree, growing it over time, or putting in a full mature size tree. And what you're seeing here is lights. These are just for the lights for the tree itself. And you'll see over in the Dorset Lions Park budget, a $500 proposed expense for Christmas lights in the park there, which over the past couple years, we've been able to expand on some lighting around the park. So my vision over time is that we continue building on lights in the park itself. So essentially the park gets lit up with Christmas lights during the lighting. We designate another tree through a community engagement process. We offer the option of the existing tree, and certainly we could look at this suggestion for other options, whether or not we wanted to plant, et cetera. And then at the same time, engage the folks over at the Dorset Heritage Museum about what I understand to be some recognition of a plaque that was dedicated to an individual of the old existing tree. So tying all of those things together, starting with that community engagement component, is my vision for this year, if that's what council would like.
I'm really happy to hear you, suggest community engagement in the survey, because this sounds like a perfect opportunity for people to weigh in. I do have to grin at the idea of naming the tree Herb or, whatever. I mean, it's just, we might get some really interesting suggestions coming back on that. So, I think maybe if you and our communications coordinator could put your heads together and maybe bring a draft survey back to us, that would be great. Because that's one of those really feel-good community initiatives that people would love to get involved in.
Yeah.
And I do want to comment on the work that's been done on the expansion of the lights in the park. It really looks good. It's coming right along. And Other comments on the tree, Deputy Mayor Dayo?
Yeah, sorry, and my apologies to Mr. Card for having forgotten that segment of the projects and priorities. There was a lot of information on the day, and I didn't mean to misplace that one in my memory, so apologies for that. My big question has to do with our shared service agreement with Lake Bays. You know, I look at the costs for the center and I think about all of the things that we've done for that center and, you know, for Dorset in general. We've got another increase this year at the Dorset Rec Center. It's all being covered by Algonquin Highlands taxpayers. And I appreciate that we're looking to a bifurcation of the fees. That's great. But I, again, would really, really like to see um, us opening up that shared service agreement and taking a look at it formally and properly.
Yeah, if I might, I think that that is something that is in the works that is separate from this discussion and anything that Chris can deal with respect to budget. Your point is well taken about costs, use and shared, shared contributions are well taken. But I believe that's a discussion for another day, and it is something that discussions are underway about the importance of revisiting that agreement.
I'm glad because, you know, I sit here and with a slight pain in my heart, knowing that we can't afford to go through with a multi-purpose corded ox tongue um, for our taxpayers. Um, but as you say, the point is noted, and I appreciate that.
Anything else on the Dorset Rec Center? Sorry, Councillor Richards. Just promoted you.
I just wanted to talk about the EV charger station. Not to disagree with it or anything, we've already decided on that. But I did happen to see a letter from the public about it. Suggesting that we stay in our lane and that it's not our place to be putting in EV chargers. That's a private corporation thing that should be done by companies such as Tesla who are gaining from it. I just want to.
My apologies.
I just it needs to be understood that just like the Eorn Cell Gap project, we're rural Ontario where there isn't a lot of business case for EV chargers up here. And that's why the government has created the grants. That's why we're invested in it. Because we are trying to make it viable for EV charger stations to be in rural Ontario. So I just wanted to make that clear that that's why our council is behind EV chargers.
And I have to say that I have had residents in the area beg me to make sure that council addresses EV chargers, in particular in Dorset, because of the distance that they have to travel. And it makes it a real challenge if there isn't something in Dorset. So, never mind other locations.
I can also say that as a private business owner, I have been begged to put them at my business, and I don't see the business viability of doing so. So it's important that government engage and support these projects.
Madam CAO?
And just to that point, and just to remind the public that while we have a contribution towards that project, there is an application for funding, and our project manager has applied to Hydro One for another bit of funding for that project. So, we're doing our best to make sure that it is funded.
Did I see your hand up? Anything else on the Dorset Rec Center? If not, I think we'll call for a 15-minute break. Call the meeting back to order. Next up for discussion is Elvin Johnson Park.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Our biannual replacement of the zip line, you'll see in here this year. I've highlighted this previously to council, as you would recall, that this is a wearing part, and I'm talking about the zip line cable. So that's an increased expense every other year. And the replacement of the platform leading up to the zip line. Other than that, typical expenses.
But do we find that the zip line is a popular item?
Incredibly
Yeah,
popular.
that's
Yeah,
good. It's a fun thing to have.
yeah.
Any questions on Elvin Johnson Park? Okay, next would appear to be the log chute.
So a carry forward of our masonry work project on the stone steps there. These are the steps leading down to the viewing platform next to the water's edge, viewing the log chute itself, which are made of stonework, and they all need reset and repointed. And the parking lot sign replacement is referring to our parking lot sign over on the road side where the main parking lot is that leads over to the trail. The sign has just reached the end of its life. It's faded.
Speaking of steps, when you first, there's a place where you can pull up on a vehicle, and I'm talking about the slope that goes down from, if you were to go straight ahead to the dam or go down into the park area, it's like it's a grass slope. And I've always thought that that was rather dangerous for any aged person that is trying to go down there. If it was damp or anything like that, I've suggested several times, I think that we look at, putting timbers in there or doing something to make steps there and make that safer. I don't know what that might cost.
Sure, I don't have any considerations for that in this budget. And our previous discussions, to my understanding, has been around kind of a landscaping plan overall for the site. So what I could do is look at maybe just something specific right there. Because what I had understood previously was kind of looking at that entire slope and therefore a whole landscaping plan design. And but it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, what you're referring to is something smaller and more simple right from the edge of the parking lot.
I just happened to watch an elderly lady, she says with her tongue in her cheek, with a cane. She very much wanted to go down and look at the signage that was there. And it was frightening watching her trying to go down that slope, and that she can't be the only person that wants to get to that part of that park area. So yeah, I'd really appreciate it if somehow you could work that into existing projects that you've got on the books. Other comments about just before I go to you, Councillor Richards, I think there's a comment from from our Public Works specialist.
Thank you. Just to further add some information to your question about steps or the slope down to that lookout point, part of the log chute parking project that I would be bringing forward here shortly will also have a accessible ramp from the parking area down into the log chute. So it wouldn't come from the dam side, it would come from our parking lot side. And that would be accessible material, accessible slope that would allow people to walk right down into the bottom area of that. That was part of that project.
Okay, as long as there's a way for folks to get down there. Before I get to you, I just did want to comment that one of the things that you and I had talked about, and I've talked about with other members of the public, is that we want to be ready, shovel ready, for any funding that might become available for the log chute repair, and we also need to be able to tie in work with any work that Parks Canada is going to be doing to the dam. And there was some discussion about, well, we've got to have engineering done, and I have since found that we have actually done the engineering that's required for replacement of the log chute. So that was something that I wanted added to the budget that we can now take out. Is this what log chute? Go for it.
Yeah, I was gonna, talk about that, the repairs to the log chute and working with, Parks Canada. I noticed in the fall, they were doing some substantial testing. And we went down there and we noticed some severe damage to the dam. So we know something's coming and being worked on. So what I'm concerned about is our reserves within, this budget. And I don't think there's enough there. And so what are we thinking to do about that? Or are we thinking, to do some community fundraising? Are we thinking to increase our reserves? Where are we planning to go with this?
276,000 or thereabouts. I'm not sure if we're legally allowed as a municipality to do fundraising. I think that there are people who have a passion about the log chute who would be willing to take that on. Yeah, I'm not sure, how that fits into our funding program. I think we have to be absolutely certain that we are going to be able to replace it. Because there are some insurance considerations that, we have to look at. Other comments on the log chute? Chris and then Councillor Richards.
Sure, just thinking back to our projects and priorities discussion, what I did want to be able to do this year is open that dialogue with Parks Canada about their timelines and start to understand how the two projects are going to mesh together.
Yeah, that's good. And I think that should be another thing that, should be a fairly, high up on your priority list to just make contact with them. I don't want to see us get caught unawares and miss an opportunity that might be there for us. And I look forward to you and Mr. Thorne working together to work out the best options for accessibility. Councillor Richards.
So are we ready to perhaps look at forming a committee for the log chute from the public to assist in this? Is that something we're gonna look at doing later on? Once we get a little bit closer to understanding. It's a lot of work involved in this, and
There's a lot of work
I'd like
involved,
us
and
to get
I
ahead of it.
think we need to make sure that we've got all our ducks in a row and all our information available, but that's, probably the next best plan is to get a committee of council and public, who are particularly concerned and maybe have some skills in fundraising. And I can think of a couple of people right off the top of my mind that might be interested in being involved in that.
So are we looking for that this year?
I would say so, yeah. There's no cost associated with, us forming a some kind of an ad hoc group that I can think of. Other comments about the log chute, moving forward with that? We don't have very many true items or places to visit that have that kind of historic value, and I just hate to see it completely washed away and forgotten. And I know there's a lot of visitation there, a lot of emotion associated with that, so high priority. Next is Stanhope Park.
So no change to overall levy on this budget, as council will note. Replacement of some end-of-life pieces of equipment, being our weed whacker, trimmer, and one of our leaf blowers. The addition of a piece of equipment, a small piece of maintenance equipment called a box drag, which each of these are under supplies and materials, which will allow us to be able to do more frequent and better maintenance on our gravel pathways that we have in various places, as well as in parking lots. It helps reduce weed growth through our gravel pathways. For the first time since we've started our volunteer-led program, which has been fantastically well attended, and as council is fully aware of how popular the pickleball usage is there, need to replace our 4 pickleball nets, which we purchased initially at the start of that program, and some pickleballs to go along with it. I want to do some work on our equipment shed, which is sorry, did you say something? Oh, sorry.
No, carry.
I want to do some work on our equipment shed, which is the shed just off of the end of the pavilion where we keep materials stored and we use it to sell snacks out of during soccer, et cetera. It needs the stairs and the decking on it replaced. And then we were able to, in last year's budget, replace and lift up one of our tanks and privies for some drainage issues, and we just weren't able to get to the other one before winter hit us. So carrying forward the other replacement of a privy tank, and we realized through that project that we needed to rent a crane in order to move that privy tank. So added that cost onto that. The rest are ongoing maintenance related items that have been typical over the past several budget cycles.
So the pickleball court is out. Is there, I should know the answer to this question, but I confess I don't. I'm assuming that the pickleball court area is the same as the tennis court area?
It's on the multi-purpose court, which also has tennis on it, but the dedicated tennis court does not have pickleball on it.
Okay, so we're not running into any strife between the tennis players and the pickleball players?
No, no.
Okay. That was my main concern. I want to see, you know, any kind of battle ensue because somebody's not getting adequate use.
Better revenue.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Berry.
I heard through the grapevine that there was maybe a repair needed or a replacement of a fridge at the Stanhope Rec Center. Is that the case? I don't see it in the budget.
And through you, Mayor, the fridge did recently need a repair. My understanding was that the repair technician was coming out and it was under warranty. This was just within the past 2 weeks. So it should be in good working order now because it was a new fridge.
Okay.
Yeah, so we don't need to budget anything additional for that.
Put a check mark beside that one. Any other questions or comments about Stanhope Park? Seeing none, the Parquet. Oh no, Oxtown Lake Rec Center.
Yes, through you, Mayor. Again, if there's maintenance related items on the building itself, I may refer to the Public Works manager, project manager. However, in outdoors and recreation related, of course, we'll be installing our swing set this spring. Equipment has been ordered and we have been able to keep that project on budget. Which is fantastic after our initial request for tenders last year came in over budget. So our process did work out on that. Elsewhere, Christmas tree lights again for the Christmas tree lighting. That's on the existing tree that's there. Once we finalize the install of the swing set. We'll then be able to finalize our topsoil and seeding, our gravel accessible pathway, which goes through past the pavilion over to it, and then the wildflower garden, which is just off to the side of it, as discussed by the previous committee there. Outside of that, regular operational expenses.
Just because we've heard the word Christmas a couple of times today, and I know that you just love talking about Christmas. I didn't see, or I should have maybe noticed, are we budgeting for more lights for the tree here? Because I understood there was a fair bit of damage to the lights.
Yes, and thank you for asking. Yes, we are, and that's under the Stanhope Community Center budget
Okay,
because it's part of an event.
sorry if I
event
jumped the
expenses
gun with
there.
that one. It just kind of came to mind.
Yep.
Questions? Oh, I know, there was one other question before I go to other members of council. Are we still continuing to pursue accessibility initiatives for Oxtown?
And for that, I would defer to the Public Works
I
Manager.
saw Adam's hand go up. Go ahead.
Thank you. Excuse me. Yes, so down under the Capitol, under Capitol Building. Under Capitol Building, we do have funds set in there for accessible planning for that building. We will have an engineer come out and take a look at the building again. We had them out there last year for some preliminary designs. And they will come back out again this year, and they will be working with the project manager and myself to create a couple designs that we can bring forward to council for further discussion.
I know in the past, we looked at trying to, do something at the rear of the building and actually put out, it seems to me, we put out RFPs for that and didn't get any response, which is really disappointing. But thank you. Glad to hear that. Anything else about the Oxtown Lake Rec Center? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Thanks. Chris, can I just confirm, are you anticipating that the work that you've outlined for the exterior can all be completed within this coming summer season?
Yes,
Include like all the way through to the garden, the wildflower garden?
yes, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Obviously, that was a good answer. Okay, next up is Parquet.
A couple of projects that we just carried forward from last year that we unfortunately weren't able to finalize, which is some additional tree planting there to continue on with our previous planting that we've already done to ensure a future of good, healthy trees on site. And our replacement of the wooden bench down by the beach, which met the end of its life. Otherwise, regular operating.
When you do tree planting, what size of trees? You use like tiny saplings or something with a little substance?
Saplings, so they'd be 8 feet, 8 to 10 feet tall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions then on the parquet? Okay, next is the rink project, Stanhope.
No additional planned projects here. This is for the Stanhope rink. Things are in excellent shape as far as the rink goes. It's just operational expenses.
Okay, any questions about that, comments? Then next up is the Stanhope Community Hall.
The only thing relative to recreation that I have here is the Christmas tree lights, as the mayor just mentioned, for this tree next to us here. And then a number of projects identified under building and property repairs, which will be led by our public works manager.
Questions? Adam?
I just wanted to bring it to council's attention that this is another item under capital expenditure that we will be continuing the accessibility, looking into accessible. We will be looking into accessible operations there as well. So it's the third building that we'll be looking at this year.
And just to double check that we don't have any more mold issues in the building?
Through the inspection, we would find anything like that. Yes.
Okay. Councilor Berry, and then Deputy Mayor Dayan. Go ahead. You're done? Deputy Mayor Dayan?
Thanks. On the accessibility piece, actually, I know that council has discussed our desire for a real review of recreation activities that we provide in our community centers. It's something we've discussed with staff, and in conversation with staff, it seems like it's important that we take a measured approach to all of the things that we've asked for, and that parking is very much this priority for this year, and that the recreation reconfiguration could possibly be next year. And I get that we need to be measured in that way. But when we talk about accessibility and the fact that these accessibility plans are being thought through this year, I wonder if a member of staff or the CAO could just comment on thoughts on the possible overlap or the sequencing of that. I know accessibility is its very own beast, and it's not something that you necessarily get to pick and choose from a menu of what you can do in a small space. There are some restrictions there that we need to follow. But at the same time, if we're thinking about space usage in our buildings, I'd kind of like to see how they might impact our thinking on floor planning. So could someone just maybe comment on the sequencing of those things?
I'm not quite clear myself, and I see some questioning looks on faces about exactly what it is you're asking. Like I'm not getting it.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure. I'll try again. So one of the conversations that we've had at council is how to reinvigorate our community centers, notably Stanhope and Oxtongue Lake, because they're not being used the way they used to be used, and looking at what we offer in terms of recreation planning, or how those spaces can be used within our recreation program, is something that council has told staff we'd like to put an eye on that. In my conversations with Chris in the past, I've heard that that's a big project. Parking is a big project. They can't be done in the same year. So parking is probably the priority for this year, and that's why we see it in the budget. And the recreation piece is possibly, hopefully, for next year, for example. But if we're doing engineering plans of accessibility for those buildings, and I'll stick to Oxtongue Lake, which is what I know better, if we're thinking about a design that will reconfigure the interior of the building before we've had the conversation about the use of that building with community members, etc., for reinvigorating our recreation programming, there's a sequence there, and I just wonder if thought has been given to, how we might bring those two a little bit closer in community consultation, or whether it has literally no impact on accessibility planning at all. I'm just worried about coming up with a design for a building, completing the work, and then learning that actually the potential use for that building for the future continued enjoyment of the facility could have looked slightly different to the work that's just been completed.
I'm going to go to Adam, but before I do, it's my belief that what we do with respect to accessibility is totally separate from how we envision encouraging use or, you know, if we're looking at different types of use of the buildings and how that impacts parking, like I'm not sure. I mean, I know if it comes to what we see as a priority, do we do that plan or this plan as a priority? But I suspect that accessibility is outside of the realm of what you're talking about, but we'll go to Adam,
Thank you.
who needs an
So-
accessible microphone.
I don't know what's going on. So basically, when it comes to the accessibility of the buildings that we've been looking at, which is the Algonquin Community Center and the Stand-Up Community Center, we only looked at the accessibility to get into the building and allow people onto what would be like the main floor. So in the Algonquin Community Center, we looked at an accessible bathroom, an accessible walkway, and an accessible entrance. So there were some couple options that will be coming forward on what that building would look like. Same with the community center in Stanhope. It was to address the accessible ramp and then getting onto the main floor and a potential accessible exit. I think what Deputy Daggy was asking is simply that we would have to take a look at the design of the overall building if we wanted to change the buildings to allow for more events, let's say. So the community center in Stanhope has shuffleboard. If you wanted to have a shuffleboard floor, let's say at Oxtongue, well, then that changes the building design. We have to build a bigger building. So although that's not something that we've been looking at, but I think that's the route that she's asking, is that if we're gonna go as far as creating accessibility to the building, you know, do we want to look at what we are going to hold in that building moving forward? That wasn't the plan when we started looking at the accessibility. So if that's a change, we would just need to know what you're looking for.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Moore, did you have a comment that you wanted to make?
No, just making sure that the mic stays on.
Oh, okay,
Yeah. So that Adam could focus.
thank you. Does that help in any way with your question?
Yeah, I mean, it does. It does. I guess I'm thinking particularly of Oxtongue in that to create an accessible bathroom, that does mean a considerable change of floor plan, just in terms of proportion of size and, you know, corridors and everything else to get into the accessible bathroom. And it occurs to me that use of space is not entirely separate to changed floor plan. But I entirely hear Adam's point, and I know staff is aware of these things. Yeah.
Well, and you know, I'd have to say there's a big difference in usable space, you know, difference between Stanhope and Oxtongue. I mean, there's a real limitation in Oxtongue, which is unfortunate. It makes it much more challenging to look at everything involved. Adam, and then
Just
Deputy.
to further add to that, when we looked at the accessible space at the Oxton Community Center, we would be looking at creating an accessible bathroom outside of the existing space. So we didn't want to change the floor plan on the main floor. We would have left it exactly as it is, but created a new bathroom, new corridor outside of that space.
Okay.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Yeah, okay, great.
Councillor Barry.
Is there an opportunity to, if we're going to be taking on those two projects, to be able to apply for an accessibility grant? Or would it be one or the other? Just wondering how.
Through you, Mayor, the idea was to have these shovel ready. So we would be working on them to get them to the point where if accessible funding came up, that's great, we would apply for it, or we can shelve them and sit there and use them when we're ready to move forward on it. As you know, we have a lot of projects on the go, so we were just trying to be proactive by having these completed.
Okay, anything else on the Stanhope Community Center? Seeing nothing. I think next is the skating rink at Dorset.
The one new item this year to highlight would be the change room exterior lighting, upgrade to LED. Our general practice in buildings, is when lights need repaired or replaced, we're upgrading them to more efficient, high efficiency LED lighting. We're at that stage with the exterior lighting there now. We do need some repairs on them, so at the same time, it's we're able to upgrade them to LED. Outside of that are typical operating expenses.
Any questions on the Dorset rink? Hearing none. Is the Tapscott Lopez Park?
So at the Tapscott Lopez Park, I'm proposing that we add a gate for the entranceway path. This is very similar to the P gate that's being proposed at some of the landfill sites. And this is because now that we've got to see the usage of the space, people are accessing through the pathway up into the pavilion space with vehicles. This would allow us to put a gate there to stop that from happening while also being able to open it to get our equipment in to do grass cutting, et cetera. And it would be a gate that's in line with, you know, we'd very much be thinking about the aesthetics. It'd be a black P style gate that is typical of park spaces like that, that we can then open to get our equipment through as well.
I don't like to hear that people are driving their vehicles in there to access the pavilion.
It is disappointing, absolutely. And also a bear-proof refuse container for that location, which is the same that we've put in all of our park spaces and other locations.
How big is a bear-proof container?
These are what I'd call regular garbage can size. They're this tall, 4 feet across. They have recycling and then garbage. It's just that they're really heavy duty and tamper proof. So it's not, they're called bear containers, but they keep out raccoons and you know, squirrels and crows and everything else as well.
Those pesky critters. Any questions on the Tapscott Lopez Park? Seeing none. On to the Dorset Tower.
So lots happening at the Dorset Tower this year. Some continuation of projects that we were able to have partially completed last year and have just continued on due to budget, and that I'm speaking about the lightning strike protection system. But to just go through it, we have to repaint our parking lot lines there. They've all faded. It was last done 3 years ago, so we're now getting an idea of how often that has to be done. This year we'll be finalizing an accessible ramp that goes up to the gift shop. This is something we started last year and we'll be completing this year. And we've also installed a sign there, and we've been able to taper all of the landing from the gift shop for similar considerations, what we were talking about with the log chute, just for accessibility there. And once we put in our ramp, I'd like to then gravel from that ramp over to the tower entranceway itself to make that all accessible. So now we're able to link parking to the gift shop, to the information board sign, down the accessible ramp, right over to the tower structure itself. And then I'd continue some other similar things in future years, but that'd get that portion of it done. The addition of a bear-proof refuse storage container there as well. This is different from the ones I'm talking about in the parks. We're seeing enough usage at certain times that we now have a need to store some bags of garbage in between staff pickups, which we can only do so frequently. So that would be similar to what you see at the ends of people's driveways, that you can store garbage in just for a night. Replacement of our garbage cans, all of our garbage cans there have met the end of their life, and do need replaced. I'd like to, we do have a repair that we have to do on the tower. I have it listed here under building property as stringer repair. This was a maintenance item identified during inspections last year that I am gonna have to bring in a welder just to do some actual repair work on it. There's no safety concerns or anything like that, but it is preventative maintenance. And then extend the tower entrance caging. So the council will recall during COVID closure there, we put a gate entranceway on the tower with some caging up the entrance to the steps so people can't access it after hours. What we're finding is people are climbing around that. And
Sounds like a safety hazard.
and it's very disappointing people are doing this, but it's happening on a regular basis. We have communicated with the OPP, et cetera, about this, but it's happening in the wee hours of the night and what I assume to be area youth. But if we extend the cage further up to the first platform, we think that will significantly make it significantly more challenging for people to climb around the cage to get onto the tower after hours. Those two items combined are an estimated cost of $5,000. Council will recall last year, we moved towards some electronic payment options down at the gatehouse, and we went cashless there with cash still up at the kiosk. I'd like to, and we introduced Square Pay as a result. I'd like to continue using Square Pay down at the gatehouse and then switch to Square Pay at the tower gift shop. So we have a consistent process throughout the entire tower. So there's some hardware costs associated with that. Including some items that have to be put in place for Wi-Fi internet to run it down at the gatehouse. But as a result, there's a reduction in software support and licensing costs because we're removing the Perfect Mind software from there. However, that cost would then go into other cost centers that still use that. Of course, I'll now get into, we have a storage building there. I call it an outbuilding. This building stores all of our overstock for our gift shop, as well as has our water treatment system in it. And it, through some reviews and using one of our contractors last year to look at possibilities for remediation of the existing building there, it is at a cost range that it's more cost effective to replace the outbuilding there. So council will see down in the capital expenditures a replace storage shed cost of $20,000 in addition to the other projects, and that would be that brown storage shed building right next to the gift shop. I'm also proposing this year to increase the weekends on which we have traffic control on site based on attendance numbers that we saw last year, which led right until the end of the season. We initially, for the past several years, have had our paid duty OPP at the highway and additional traffic control staff for 4 weekends over fall colors. Last year, we were inundated with attendance on the weekends after those 4 weekends, leading right up to the final weekend of October. And we actually had to, well, call in staff on a weekend, and including myself, to handle that on one weekend because it was just as the same types of chaos you'd see on a long weekend in Thanksgiving happened on those weekends. And then the following weekend, we ended up employing some of our traffic control staff from the company that we work with, the staffing company. So I'm proposing that we increase by 2 weekends from 4 to 6 weekends to have it from right up until the end of October. But that is an additional cost for the OPP paid duty and the staffing from the staffing company. And then we have our continuation of the lightning strike protection system project, which, as council will recall, last year we tendered that. It came in significantly over budget, just under $400,000. We'd like to tender that again this spring because we only had one bid to try to find more cost-effective quotations for that project. But at the same time, I'm recommending, based on what we saw from last year's quotation, that we're increasing that budget by $115,000 to $200,000 to be available to go ahead with, hopefully this year, that lightning strike protection system installation. So certainly a lot happening and being proposed at the tower this year.
I'm going to start at the bottom and go up. I just, on that, do we have an existing lightning strike system on the tower?
No.
And like, what's the level of risk associated with that? I'm just thinking about, wow, $400,000, and is it a major risk?
There is risk, absolutely. From reviews of the structure, it appears that at some point in time, there was some level of lightning strike protection on it, but we don't have any records on it. And when we had structural reviews, it was recommended by our structural review engineer that a tower of that height and made of metal should be protected from lightning. That's the reason we've gone down that path.
Especially
This-
with partners attached to it, with, you know, with the amount of equipment that's attached to it.
And we did have a lightning strike. Was it just after COVID? Within the past decade anyways, during my tenure as manager, lightning did hit the tower. It did fry a number of pieces of equipment on the tower. It affected equipment in the gift shop. So it has happened. It can happen again. Property damage, significant property damage is the risk involved to us and to our co-locates.
And I'm just, I guess the other question I'd have with respect to that is insurance, and whether they would cover it if we did not have lightning strike protection on it, like how we would deal with it. That's another risk.
It definitely is a risk. It's not something that our insurance company has required to date. And it's, you know, the costs haven't been significant over since but the risk continues to be.
My other question was on the, I guess I had written down, did we have any challenges? I was looking for a bit of justification on the additional paid duty or, you know, consultants to, or contractors to manage traffic. And I know that it's, you know, subject to the kind of year we have, you know, whether it's an early fall or a late fall, or, you know, what the weather's really like. Did we, other than having to call in staff, were there any specific challenges that we had with people that would say require police?
Similar to what we had seen leading up to the development of our traffic control plan, highway safety. Yes, I witnessed numerous near misses from accidents on the highway, from people stopping, trying to pull into the tower. We're beyond capacity. There was actually a point that we had to stop letting people in and just start letting people out because so many people showed up so quickly that we were beyond capacity, and we had a safety issue on site and had to start getting people off site. And then down on the highway, that's where the OPP come in, and it all starts there, is keeping traffic flowing. Otherwise, people don't realize that you're at capacity. So what happens is we're having to not let any more people in, and then people on the highway just keep lining up and backing up further and further
And getting frustrated.
And it causes frustration. People were parking their vehicles on right in live lanes, trying to walk in. They're parking on the side of the road and trying to walk in. It's the best way to describe it is absolute chaos.
Okay, and I wonder, so I was going to ask, what's the difference in cost between a contracted person and OPP paid duty? But it sounds to me like we definitely need OPP as part of the equation. So I'll leave that one. You've covered that. Um, Yeah, I guess I was kind of concerned about just those two things. So I'd go to other members of council for questions or concerns about the tower. Councillor Richards.
You know what I love about the tower?
What?
It brings in a lot of money. Um, I know we've talked about it, and one of the things that you're working on is raising these co-locate rental fees. Which I think is important because given the number of people on there and what it costs them to put a tower somewhere else is higher than, you know, all of it's just for one of them. So I'm hoping and eagerly anticipating to see that. And that'll make this even a greater part of our township. I am wondering about the contribution to reserves. I know there's been, you know, it's the same as last year. But I'm wondering, beyond this big project of the lightning protection system, what are our future considerations that we need to have a hefty reserve there?
So this year, as part of the consulting fees that we've budgeted, we're also tendering the wiring on the towers. Council will recall last year, a couple of different reports on the lighting on the tower and the requirement of upgrading of all of the electrical systems on the tower. We're going to be tendering that this year with the intention that we would then have the budget for that to know what it would cost for the following year, or if we needed to push it ahead beyond that. After that, identified projects on the tower, from previous engineering reviews. The next one would be treatment of the tower, like surface treatment, being painting, so surface corrosion, etc. That was quoted, would it have been 6-7 years ago at a $400,000 expense. And then the sky's the limit after that as far as what we wanted to look at for any property development. We've identified the need for future additional parking, whether or not we look at widening roadways or expanding parking areas, et cetera. We've identified the need for an accessible viewing platform. And then I'd be looking at landscaping down around Peekaboo Rock for accessibility considerations as well. Those are the list of next big ticket items.
Just one more question for me, and is it, do you really see the need for us to do line painting in the parking lot?
Yes, because without it can become chaotic because people just kind of, all it takes is one person to park off kilter to throw everything off. And we find without that direction, that happens quite often.
Any other questions on the tower? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Thank you. Yeah, just putting my weight behind Councillor Richards' comments about the contracts with co-locates on the tower. You know, we are subject all the time to increases in rates that we have to pay because costs have gone up for the OPP or for insurance companies. Now, insurance companies are profit making, but OPP is not a profit making organization, and they simply bill us what they need to bill us in order to cover their costs. And I would see that within the confines of our contractual agreements, that we look to recovering the cost of the lightning protection project through our agreements with Rogers ExploreNet. These are major corporations with an awful lot of money. And I would not want to see a soft, subsidy-oriented approach to our renegotiation, but really informing them of the cost of protecting their equipment and passing them the bill.
Well, I think the best we can do is ask staff to give that some consideration and bring some information back to us, if that would satisfy your concern. Councillor Berry?
Is it worth deferring the lightning strike protection until that conversation takes place?
That's a good question. To which, I mean, I kind of, I think my initial question about it, like, how much do we really need to do this now? And, you know, I leave that to staff as the experts on answering that in a knowledgeable way.
Thank you. And just to speak to timelines, as council's aware, the consideration of co-locate costs has been something that was identified heading into last year, and we just weren't able to get to based on priorities. But I do hope to, after working on the various fee considerations, get into considerations for that as the next one on my list for co-locates. For timelines for the lightning strike protection system, we want to tender it in the spring so that we can have site meetings with anybody doing bidding. So we likely wouldn't have, the hope would be is we'd tender it in May, have those site meetings, so we wouldn't have costing that process completed until June.
Councillor Richards?
Yeah, my concern on holding off is it already took you quite a bit to get to here. There wasn't a lot of interest out there from what I understood. But would you happen to know the value of our equipment that's on the tower that we're protecting?
Thanks for asking that, because I wanted to sort of differentiate between the lightning strike project and the cost of replacing the, you know, the electrical systems separate from that. So good question.
I don't have a number of what our equipment cost total would be. That'd be something I would have to look into.
Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Good question on the value. I think though the key here is that we've got our emergency radio equipment on that tower, if I'm not mistaken, and if that should go down, it's not a monetary thing. It's a public safety thing. Having said that, I really like the idea of Councillor Berry in sequencing some things so that we know that we can recuperate at least a considerable part of our costs. Certainly monetarily, I would suspect that our emergency equipment does not monetarily value the same as Rogers equipment, for example. I don't know. But I wonder, Chris, when you talk about June being the earliest that we might, you know, be able to push through with this, is there any chance that we could have a conversation with our co-locates in the intervening time, or do you think that would happen after? And I know we're getting weedy. It's just, it's to satisfy my desire to see, and our collective desire to see some offset of that cost.
But it's not just a conversation that would have to take place. I mean, we would have to look at whatever our legal agreements are with them.
Oh, yeah.
As well, before we really know where we stood financially. You know, I'm kind of liking the idea of finding out some of this information and looking at, you know, what's really involved in this before we do the lightning strike project. I mean, it sounds to me like there is some risk there, but it's not great. We've been waiting to do this for some time. So, you know, I would myself like to consider maybe looking at the sequence of things, and as Councillor Berry has suggested. Councillor Berry?
This type of project wouldn't qualify for like an infrastructure grant or something? Like, it's just a considerable amount of money.
If it comes back at $400,000,
Yeah.
yeah.
It could, absolutely. I don't know of any available right now. What we've seen of late is most capital infrastructure grants are related to recreation. I haven't heard anything that may indicate what might be coming down the pipe for this year for grant opportunities, but they're certainly always there. If I may comment on my thoughts on timelines through you, Mayor, just as a suggestion, what if we went through the tender process? That then gives us a costing idea. The real reason there is we only received one bid. I'd like to see at least 3 bids to get a span of options. It was significantly more than we anticipated and significantly more than the consulting firm and engineer who put the project together anticipated. So I would hope that we can get that number down with some more bids. That doesn't mean we have to commit to doing the project this year. We'd have the money, but we'd then know the number and we could plan it over a certain span of time and then have that cost consideration at the same time as the co-locate fee cost consideration.
But we're still looking at including, and if that scenario, we're still looking at including the money in this year's budget, which I think is kind of part of the thinking that's going on. Councillor Richards and Deputy Mayor Dayu. Oh, maybe, hang on just a second. We'll go to the CAO.
I just in regarding the discussion about the tenants on the tower. Rogers, for example, council authorized an agreement, a 10-year agreement that we signed in 2018. So we've still got a few years on that one, and they built into that agreement is a 2% increase per year. So it's a monthly payment. When we signed, it was $500 a month, and it has been increased 2% per year. So we really can't enter into those negotiations for a few more years.
Deputy Mayor Dayu. And then Councillor Berry. Sorry, I forgot that out of order, but.
I'm mindful that it appears that this project is due to come from reserves. Is that right, Madam Treasurer? So actually, it sounds like we don't have to make a decision today because it's not going to affect our tax rate. But I think certainly the information we have in our minds and our worries is there for staff to take forward. I just don't think that will change anything for today, unless I'm mistaken. It won't impact our 7%, whether we defer or not.
Councillor Richards, then Councillor Berry.
Yeah, that's actually was my comment was going to be, is that it is in reserves and we can, once we find out more information, not do it. But my other comment or question might be is, even though the contract has, as stipulated with Rogers for Angie, maybe there's something else within that contract that allows us under set circumstances to do something. I don't know. Maybe that can be looked into as well.
I think we're still thinking about looking at the contracts that we've got and
Yeah.
where we can move.
And the others, that
yeah.
haven't been looked at in quite some time. I mean, I really do believe that $500 a month is exceptionally low, considering what they pay in many other areas to offer service. So,
And what their revenue is.
and yeah, what their revenue is. So, I'd really like us to try to find somehow, some way to better those agreements as quickly as we possibly can.
Councillor Berry.
Yeah, I'm same comment. I'm hopeful that there's somewhere in the agreement that there's an ability to
Move a bit,
Move.
yeah.
move a bit. That's usually how they're written, so. Due to the increased cost of your protection, there's an additional cost that's going to be allocated.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Just final thought from me. I understand that some of these huge companies also have occasionally community support programs, like they try to reach out and contribute in some way or form to the communities with which they work. And it could be that one of them might be interested in taking on a little bit of sponsorship for the tower. You know, they're using our equipment. Maybe they'd want to make a contribution to the beautification of the Dorset Tower or something. It's always worth a shot. It's always worth a question.
I'm not sure lightning strike equipment is going to beautify the tower, but it mean they might be willing. I know one of the things that I can remember before I even came on council, there was discussions about painting the tower. I don't think it's been painted and I don't think it's been painted. So, you know, I mean, that would make quite a difference to it as well. And actually, those discussions have ceased. Where there were years ago that everybody seemed to think that that was a main priority for the tower, other than, you know, structural inspections. Anyway, just a comment. Anything else on the Dorset Tower? So you've definitely got some food for thought there. Walking trails.
Less than a 1% decrease on this budget, so really on par with last year's numbers. Several carryovers, which includes some signage, of course. One important one that we've mentioned prior is some directional signage and some considerations around the parking along Mifflin Road for the James Cooper Trail. I still have on the list the review of the Beetle Lake Trail. That's not something that has a cost associated with it. I'd hope to be able to bring some discussions to council with the considerations related to that for future development opportunities. Outside of that, a couple of carryovers on projects that we had slated for last year and regular operating expenses.
Any questions or comments on this cost center? The only comment that I would like to make is any time that you're replacing signage or brochures or anything, you know, just keeping in mind that we are working on a branding project, and if the signage or whatever it is can wait a little bit, or there's an impact that might be there, that we, you know, keep that in mind. Okay, any more comments there? Hearing none. The rec committee.
So this budget is in line with the budget that had been in place prior to the money that we spent on the grand opening event for the Dorset Recreation Center this past year. So event expenses $5,500 and the advertising of $1,000. I'm knowing that there's a forthcoming discussion regarding recreation committee and possibilities there. I've presented this budget as is to council, looking for direction on whether or not we want to keep it there or how we want to proceed. I will highlight that some of this budget did come out of, because previously, as everyone's aware, we had the various recreation committees and their expenses lived in each location's community center. We moved some of those amounts out of those locations into this location and added some.
We look forward to you taking an active part in the discussion that we have about what are we going to do with the rec committee and how are we going to move forward with that. I'm assuming that the $5,500 is in line with our event costs in years previous to last year. Okay, comments or thoughts on the rec committee? I really look forward to our discussion at our next meeting about that. Next is culture and heritage. I'm not sure that there's much discussion to have there. We did have a little bit of discussion yesterday about culture. Any comments, anything anybody wants to add to that? Next are docks and landings, which might have a bit more discussion than
some other cost centers?
Yes, so we'd be moving forward. We've just gotten our environmental permit approvals and we're working through design work right now for the Russell Landing with the intention of having that project construction complete there this year. At the same time, we'll be working through the design and review process for the next landing on the list under the asset management plan, which is the Fletcher Lake Landings. Council will see costs associated with the consulting fees for that project. And then some repairs, which are our overall building and property repairs are actually slightly down over last year's budget, but just some regular operating expenses associated with repairs there. But between the Russell Lake Landing construction and then moving into the Fletcher Lake Landing consideration, certainly a couple of big projects to complete and consider for this year.
Given what projects that we've got kind of on the books going forward, the amount of money we are taking out of reserves and what we're considering putting back in reserves, is there any cautionary note on your behalf that we're cutting ourselves short with respect to reserves? If you can tell me what our proposed bottom line is in that. I'm sorry? Is where we anticipate being at the end of this year.
Actually, if I may,
Yes, that would be good.
I have to apologize for a housekeeping situation with this one. The parking plan amount of $100,000 should be coming from the parking reserve above. So at the end of the day, right now, it's allocated under docks and landings, just an oversight on my part. So the removal of the money coming out of docks and landings should be 266,000, which leaves 245,000 in that reserve. And the 100,000 for parking plan would go under the parking reserve, reducing it down to the 50,000. It doesn't change the bottom line. It's just my allocation. I didn't catch it until yesterday. I noticed it and wanted to.
Well, I mean, it's an honest mistake because a lot of the parking is associated with docks and landings.
Well, and that's where it landed in the cost center. So I think when I saw and no excuse, just saying I'm going to have that fixed.
The question remains, are we putting ourselves short when we look at the projects? We see the costs, ongoing costs for engineering and then construction of our landings, docks and landings. And I just think, yikes, it's not getting any better and reserves are going down.
Absolutely. So I wrote out a list really kind of anticipating this potential conversation of what's next. And so we have Fletcher Lake. I would put Fletcher Lake on a similar scale probably to Skin Lake Landing, similar type of consideration. And that was just the construction portion of that, I believe, landed in the 275 range, and then consulting fees on top of that. Next in the asset management plan after that would be Crozier Lake Landing, just down the road. That could have some big landscaping implications and then some considerations around parking, which is just roadside there right at the moment. And then Fletcher Bay over on Kawagama Lake. These three are listed one after the other, really kind of in the same condition, but prioritized by us based on what we're seeing and usage in the asset management plan. Again, the asset management plan and the replacement costs there after all of the construction cost changes over the past few years is not a great indicator of our overall costs, but we could assume that 1, 2, 3 in a row are each going to be, let's say, in the $400,000 range. And then after that, we have 14 landings that are rated in the asset management plan as being in a fair condition that we then need to prioritize the list there. And that would include places such as the Little Boschkung location and Little Hawk Lake Landing and all of those other ones.
I see some
thoughts wheeling
Wheels are
around my
turning.
next?
Given, I mean, that this is definitely a soft service, that doesn't have user fees associated with it, so not really any revenue opportunity. This is where I see, the MAT tax. Where there's opportunity there to redirect some of that, once we know what that looks like for revenue for the township, there's big opportunity.
Big opportunities, but I still see we got a lot of money, to spend over the next little while. And I've just, I guess it would result in my suggesting that in the parking lot, we put consideration, if there is any room, that we put some consideration for a little bit more to be tucked into the docks and landings reserve. Councillor Richards and then Deputy Mayor Dayo.
Yeah, this is where I have been for quite a while completely in line with Angie on wanting that MAT tax directed to docks and landings. And not just our portion of the MAT tax. I'd like to see that coming from county too, towards docks and landings throughout the county. I know it's a different battle, but I'm gonna continue to state my position on that. It hasn't changed. What I'm wondering though, and I did have the opportunity to, confer with Chris a little bit on this, is understanding exactly what is in this master parking plan. And I'm wondering if it's really something that we want and need. We know we have parking issues throughout the township, but as has been stated, the parking, most of the parking concerns are already at our docks and landings, where we are already incurring engineering costs for the docks and landings. And in some cases, we've already started to incorporate parking plans within those plans for the dock and landing. So do we need a separate plan? And can we possibly save money by keeping it individualized? To me, I think for council on wanting an overall master parking plan, we're thinking more of philosophy and not necessarily, engineering hardscapes. What I think we're looking for is a philosophy of what we do as a township for parking, who pays for that parking, which is separate from, I think, where this parking master plan is going as far as this $100,000.
A couple of things. I mean, some of the parking initiatives that, because there's two separate parking initiatives. I mean, Adam's working on some of it and Chris is working on some of it. Some of it is going to be pay to play. I think that's been kind of the direction that we've been going in. And I apologize for laughing at your suggestion that the county should pay for some of it, because there hasn't been a bottom line determination on, the money that goes to the county for tourism purposes. How is that going to be allocated? Is it going to be just on county initiatives, or is it going to be spread across municipalities to help with things like this? So, I do agree that conversation needs to take place and at least get some clarity on that and rationale behind whatever clarity is provided. So, I think that, maybe we can even ask for our CAO to take that for some initial discussion with your CAO group and see what you hear on that. So we'll see what we find out. As to the rest of, like two separate plans and how we approach this, I'm not sure how to respond to that. I guess leave that to staff. Ms. Berg.
I mean, council could, if you're interested in going this way, could defer it to another year and see how we make out with the hot parking,
Defer.
the plan, the parking
The
master plan.
Okay, oh my God, I mean, we've been talking about parking master plan being the, top priority going forward, and now we're talking about deferring it. It's just kind of like, Counselor Barry, what do you think about that?
I support the $100,000 going towards the parking lot. That's sort of where I sit.
For further discussion.
No, no, no.
Okay, because we've got the
No, I
parking
mean-
lot and we've got,
I mean, $100,000 for a master plan could be putting some cars parking places. I agree with Counselor Richards that I think it's a philosophy that we're talking about, where we want it, where it's needed. How do we do it? To spend $100,000 on a consultant?
but
Just,
we've got so many locations across the township that.
and I think we have,
And what's a problem and what isn't a problem? I mean, we've agreed that the Hawks is the biggest problem. The road there and the problems and safety issues associated with that is at the top. But we haven't gone any further than that to figure out, like I can think of a couple other locations that are really not safe. So to put the plan off, I don't know. I see everybody's hand up. We'll start, I've got to say that your background makes your hand blend in and it's hard to see. Okay, right on. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Gotta say, I like where Councillor Richards is going with that. And I don't mean that we don't put money towards it, but she's right. A lot of the places where we have these difficulties are in fact at our docks and landings, and we've already got individual projects for that. What I could support very much is to start with I don't know, $10,000 budget, however it is, however much it is, to have someone come in and facilitate a conversation with us, ask us staff all the kinds of questions that allows us to create our philosophy on parking. And then from there, try to figure out, well, how much of that philosophy can we start adapting right away and putting into our docks and landing roster, because we do have a roster, as Chris has been working on for years, and how much would we have to bring forward. But then we've got like something tangible that isn't just a plan. $100,000 for a plan is a vast amount of money. That's beyond our budget. But if we've got our philosophy in place, we can start figuring out where those priority areas are, building it into our docks and landing strategy, if indeed there is any more building in to be done, because we're already thinking in those ways. So I really like Councillor Richards' idea, but I would certainly propose a vastly smaller budget to bring in someone who really lives and breathes parking to have that conversation with us, so that we can create our philosophy on which to base this. That would be my thinking.
Parking, docks and landings. I mean, because there's parking and then there's parking for docks and landings, which are, to me when you're talking philosophy, they're somewhat different. I mean, if you were going to bring in a parking guru, it's and I agree, $100,000 for a consultant is a lot of money, but I think it's a lot of money because there's a lot of locations associated with it. And I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I'm just saying, carry on, and then we'll go to back to other members of council.
Sure, but I honestly don't think that there is a difference between docks and landings parking and the bigger pay-to-play parking. It's all part of our philosophy. We've got various categories of parking needs, and they can all fit in one philosophy. Even if one category is pay-to-play and another category is not pay-to-play, or pay-to-play in a slightly different way, or pay-to-pay only if you bring in a trailer, but not if you bring in a single vehicle. The questions are the same. The answers are probably going to be different. So I do see one person being able to talk us through all of that in a couple of robust conversations. And finally, the only other thing I'd mention here regarding our reserves is, and I've said this last couple of years, and I still believe it, we must have an end date for our contributions to the Airport Development Reserve. We have to. There's no way
Not
that
talking
airport.
about the airport right now. We're not
I'm
talking about the airport right now. You had your say on that.
with respect, once we have the airport development plan working and functioning, and we've got that economic development coming in, I cannot foresee us continuing to put almost $200,000 a year towards that strategy, because the strategy will be ongoing. And that's where I think we could really.
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor, I've said we've had that discussion about that particular item, and it is not associated with what we're talking about right now.
It
You've already
is.
had your say, you're repeating yourself. I'm cutting the conversation off. We've got 3 other members of council who wish to speak to docks and landing and parking for docks and landing, and we've heard what you said about, the amount of money for this particular plan. We're not talking about the airport.
No, we're not. With respect.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I've cut this conversation off. Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I think I somewhat agree with that, that a reduced budget towards the parking philosophy rather than the parking master plan is where we should go. I think we would find a good consultant out there that would help to give us what other municipalities are doing in similar situations with docks and landing or with general parking plans that are out there. And how those fee structures are established. And I think that'll help us too with the conversations we're going to have with the general public on why we need to go down the path we need to go in order to put in these parking areas for safety.
Councillor Berry, and then Councillor Shortreed, sorry.
Yeah. I was just thinking, last summer we went to Tobermory and it seemed like there was a plethora of parking lots there that had all different hiking trails, parking, there's there's water access, and there was all a variety of different payment methods for digital payment or actually dropping physical money, but it might be a area that could be of an example of who's doing a good job at that.
Good, that's a good suggestion. It just made me think that we also have another parking concern when it comes to the Cooper Lookout.
Yeah.
There's parking concerns there and complaints that have been made. Councillor Shortreed.
I was gonna say the same thing. We were in Collingwood last summer and the same thing. Everywhere is pay parking, pay parking, pay parking. There's nowhere free park.
So when it comes to the $100,000, that's, sort of been designated for a parking plan, there seems to be a general concurrence that we would look at somebody who's got some, special expertise in parking. We're again talking about a consultant likely. I'm just kind of wondering how much money we might be willing to leave of the $100,000 to achieve that. I'll go to the treasurer first and then to yourself, Chris.
Thank you. If I may, what I would suggest is, because we don't know what a consultant looking at the philosophy would be, and because this parking plan was being funded from reserves anyways, I would remove the 100,000 altogether. It's coming out of reserves, so it's a no net effect. And then once we've spoken with the consultant and got a report back, then we can redirect that those funds come from reserves at that point. It has no effect on the bottom line because right now it's being funded, but there's no sense having it in there if that's not the approach we want to go.
Okay, Chris.
To add to that, I have up the costing structure from the budgetary quotation I got leading into this budget development, and there's 2 portions of it that speak to this exact thing with costing attached to it. One is best practices and background studies review, 10,000, and a recommendations and council presentation. That was considering a full scope for 10,000. So I would imagine we would probably end up somewhere between those 2 to facilitate a discussion with a council presentation and a report.
Sound reasonable to everybody? Okay. Any further comments or concerns from yourself, Madam CEO?
No, I don't think so at this time.
Okay. Thanks. Madam Treasurer.
Sorry, so just, do we want to remove it fully and then revisit it, or do you want to put 20,000 or a lower amount in?
Councillor Richards.
My number in my head was 20,000. I'm good there.
I'm sorry, this went around in circles so many times. Did you get to say what you would wanted to say? Okay, good. Sorry about that. Does that putting 20,000 or leaving 20,000 sound reasonable? Deputy Mayor Dayu? Okay. Okay, moving on. We've got,
That's it.
okay. Thank you, sir. Oh, wow, that's a timely stopping point. So much appreciated. A lot of material to cover. There must be days when makes your head spin. And you get a plan and then we change the plan. So thank you all. We will now break for lunch until 1:45.
Whoa, no, 1:45?
12:45. Sorry. Thank you. We'll call the meeting back to order. Next up for discussion is fire. Welcome, sir. And we appreciate you may or may not be able to answer every question we have, but we appreciate your being here.
Oh, thank you.
So if you want to touch on your highlights,
Absolutely. So, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Happy to be here today to present the fire service budget. For highlights, first off is the completion of the fire master plan. We're looking forward to that. Addition of surface water training course for the training officer. Relocation of the training grounds. Completion of resilient mines health training. Completion of our high angle rescue training. Purchase of additional technical rescue equipment. Establish accountability board process in all 3 stations. Purchase RIT kits, rapid intervention team kits. Purchase replacement fire hose. Replace soffit and fascia at station 60. Upgrade and repair the apron at station 60, as well as replace the flooring at station 70. And finally, ongoing replacement programs of 6 portable radios, a defibrillator, and 6 sets of bunker gear.
are there any questions or comments on the highlights? Councillor Berry?
Just clarification on what the rapid intervention is.
Absolutely. A rapid intervention kit is for the, when you send a team into a structure fire, you always have to have a backup team ready to go in and potentially rescue downed firefighters.
Okay.
So that's our safety, that's our backup team. And when we replaced our SCBAs from our Firehawks to the new G1s, we acquired 1 RIT kit and we used to have 3. So we're just looking to build our supplies back up to the 1 per station, just to have that that kit available at any end of the municipality.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, so we'll move into the individual cost centers, and the first one is the fire training officer.
Not a whole lot of change here. As you see, the surface water course is one of the increases, as well as continuing with the Training Officer Association membership and the conference.
Any questions about that cost center? Okay, next is fire administration.
One of the things I'll mention about this one is the reduced cost for fuel. So since Chief purchased the hybrid vehicle, you can see that that's going according to plan, and the fuel costs have been reduced because of that. Everything else, maintenance on the vehicle and tire changeover, that's just your seasonal changeover from your winter to your summer tires. And then some conferences and stuff, which I'm not sure about where that's going to go at this point.
The only question that I've got, and you may or may not be able to answer this, you know, we might look to the treasurer of the CAO with respect to the fire master plan. I know that there have been some challenges with that particular project, and I just want to know, have we contributed to it already? Or maybe I guess I wanted to know what the overall initial cost was for the fire plan. Have we paid for it partially and this is the remainder? Yes, okay. Questions from other members of council on fire admin? Okay, next are basically general fire operations.
So you'll see an increase in the wage line here, and that's to account for officer development, as well as the technical rescue team training. So for officer development, we're provincially mandated to have our officers certified to NFPA 1041 level 1, which is a fire instructor, and then NFPA 1021, which is fire officer level 1. So by 2026, we need to have all of our officers up to that level. And as for the technical rescue team, as I'm sure you're aware, technical rescue is an in-depth skill and requires a fair amount of training and equipment. So we're looking to allow the team to train 1 full day per quarter to keep those skills up and ready to go. The next item, building and property repair. So the general building maintenance for all stations and the new flooring in Station 70. The flooring in Station 70, I believe, was something that was talked about and supposed to be done on the first round of renovations to that station, but it somehow fell off the table. And we'd just like to get that buttoned up and have that station looking the way it should. You'll also see an increase in the large equipment and vehicle repair. And that has to do with the new process for the MTO completing safeties on our vehicles and trailers. It's a much more in-depth process now. It takes a lot more time, and therefore there'll be a cost associated with that. Training and education, as Chief has spoke about before, we're looking to round out our technical rescue team by not only completing our high angle rescue, but adding backwoods search and rescue.
Seems reasonable in the area.
Well, absolutely, yes. And I'm hoping that we get we've already started our high angle rescue course last fall. And we'd like to finish that this spring, hopefully before bug season. And again, just going through the replacement programs of our portable radios and our bunker gear, as well as our ice water rescue rope. It's been out of date for a little while now, and that's been identified. So it's in this year's budget to replace all of our ice water rescue rope and bring it back up to a current standard. Accountability boards, you'll also see that in there. Again, the accountability boards are something that actually I'm not even sure where the ones that we had came from originally, but they're very outdated, and we'd like to replace those. And we're actually working with the other municipalities to see if there's an opportunity to purchase the same board or a board that's very similar, so it will help us work together if we're on scene together. reallocation of the training ground. We're very excited about that. So that would be moving from the area that we're at now at the pit on Berry Line to the area on McPhail Road. And we're hoping that'll be more of a permanent home for us where we can really get established.
We can see gradual development taking place there.
Yes,
That's good.
absolutely. I think there's probably some questions as to why there's some fire helmets on the posts. I haven't got any questions yet, but I think it looks kind of neat. Technical rescue equipment, which we spoke about. Again, technical rescue is something that is very equipment intensive. So we'd just like to continue to build our equipment supplies. And I think that we'll be looking at that the next little while, the next few years is continuing to build that equipment until we have a complete set.
Excuse me.
Fire hose replacement. So we're looking at upgrading our fire hose. We've actually, last year, we were able to upgrade the fire hose from a 38 millimeter to a 45 millimeter hose at Station 80. And we're looking to do that on the new pumper in Dorset this year. And then again next year in Oxtown. The soffit and fascia, Station 60. As I'm sure some of you have seen, it's in pretty rough shape. So it'd be nice to get a professional opinion on that and see if we can get that back to where it keeps squirrels out. As well as the apron at Station 60. The angle of the approach for the garage doors is fairly steep, and what's happening now with the new trailer and even the new pumper truck that we have is as they back it in and pull it out, the trailer actually scrapes a little bit and the truck is very, very close. So it'd be nice to get an apron where we can gradually back in without any issues. I believe that's all I have on that.
Okay, questions? Councillor Barry?
Just for clarification, the contribution to reserve of $250,000, is that towards future vehicles?
Yes.
Okay.
We're hoping by 2029, we will need a new pumper in Station 80, so we're hoping that that's going to help
Okay.
with that.
Perfect.
Any other questions on this cost center? I believe that that's, oh, sorry, Councillor Barry.
I guess this is maybe a question for the treasurer, but so we've put in $250,000, but we're taking out $150,000. Is that enough? To me, we're not putting in $250,000.
If I may, we have talked about it. It is sufficient for the replacement of the trucks. However, this fire equipment reserve actually funds equipment purchases as well. So ideally, 250 is like your minimum. But the next truck is 2029. So we feel that it's going to be sufficient. It just depends on equipment needs in between. So if there's ever room for upping that, it would be wisely like a good decision to do so. But at this time, it's reasonable.
Go ahead.
It depends on the fire equipment vehicle. They can range anywhere from 500,000 to $1 million or over, just depending on the type of vehicle you're purchasing.
Having been fortunate enough to have a ride in one of the new pumpers recently, I could honestly say that I didn't see any bells and whistles. It even has a crank down window. Any other questions? I think this is the last of your cost centers.
Yes.
Thank you. Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, now I've got to ask, where do we go next? Oh, okay.
Sorry, I didn't hear the response. Where are we going next?
Oh, protection of persons and properties, yellow. Yellow just after where we were. Community policing. So who's going to speak to that?
I can.
Okay.
Community policing, really, it's a minimal increase. I believe in this case, it's just related to the equipment rentals, just because of the work being done and the public works using their vehicles to get there and do their things. I think that's where the brunt of it actually lands.
This is all associated with the little building in Dorset.
Correct.
Is it well used?
Sorry, when I see the OPP there, probably every day, they stop, stay, and then leave, and then when they're with their snowmobiles, they'll park their trucks and trailers and everything there with their snowmobiles, ATVs, and they leave from that point. So yes, it is well used.
Okay, that's good to hear. I mean, I know it's not a lot of money. I just want to make sure if we're continuing to maintain the facility, that it is actually being used. So thanks for that. And next is emergency measures.
Actually, just before that, it's split, the policing is split. If you go behind the orange group, that's our actual police services, which
Well, that's the one we don't want to look at.
we don't want to look at, and we can't, there's nothing we can do with it. It's just giving you the final number for this year.
Well, and I mean, there has been a lot of activity with respect to these costs and, you know, the increase that was put in place. But at a level where there's a much higher and more effective voice than ours. So,
Yeah,
There's-
we were looking at a 21% increase initially.
well, I'm glad to see that change. But that's not to say that we won't see that, you know, at some point in time in the future.
Absolutely.
So next, emergency measures.
Emergency measures, no change, it's just standard, it's just a normal. We ever need to use it, the monies are there.
Does this cover the cost of exercises that we have?
No.
But shouldn't it? If there is a cost associated with that?
It could, if there is a cost, we could include it, but I'm not even sure if there is a cost to be
Well,
on.
anytime we've had an emergency exercise, we've fed the crew.
And that would, I would believe, cover the feeding of the crew.
Okay. And what about, I mean, we have had consultants in the past.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to answer that one, other than I know it's a lot of it is from the OFM and through those and Emergency Management Ontario. I don't know if there's fees in relation to those directly.
Well, I know that not necessarily the last exercise, but we did have a consulting group work with us here. So there would definitely have been a cost associated with that. And I don't know if we're going to continue using consultants or how we're going forward. It was kind of my understanding that we're going to use somebody from within the province, but then that may not necessarily be the case now. That
Yes,
individual's going.
that was the intent, and we're not just sure where that stands, so.
I just wonder if, and in no way am I suggesting that we use the same organization from the previous one. But I just wonder if we shouldn't be earmarking just a little bit of money. Now, I don't know what our plans are this year for exercises, if they're strictly in-house or.
Again, the OFM was going to help us with that. And that was intended throughout the county. So there wasn't going to be a cost associated with it.
Okay.
But we're not sure where that stands at this point.
Well, I mean, whatever it is, it wouldn't be a substantial amount of money. Any thoughts on emergency measures, Deputy Mayor Dayu? So generator project is next.
And we have actually seen an increase in the generator project just because we are looking at our generators, our aging units, and may start to require replacement in the coming years. So we're just getting ourselves in place and ready for it.
Well, that's good to hear. I know that there was a concern. We did get quite a bit of money a number of years ago for generators and without really, looking at what the replacement costs and maintenance costs were going to be for those. So it goes on. Ms. Bird?
Just want to add to that, because if you look at we are experiencing some breakdowns of our generators. Last year, we had budgeted $5,000 for repairs and we ended up spending 12,000. So we're at a stage now where we need to start preparing for that.
Would any of that be from lack of use?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
No.
Any other comments or questions about generators? Okay. Sure, where we go next? Accessibility.
And again, no change, just doing the contribution to reserves so that we have those funds in place for future accessibility projects.
Okay, that's good, because we can see that there's a number of accessibility projects coming up. I want to make sure we covered. Any questions or comments on that? Seeing none? I think we've got a few little tabs at the back. Yes, sir, we're done? Wow. Well done. So we are now into the parking lot discussion. How much do we manage to save?
Well, to be honest,
Well, yeah, that's exactly what we're looking for.
first and foremost, we took 129,500 out of the budget with the Hawk Lake stationary truck services. So that's off the top.
That's not answering my question.
Well, it depends on where we answer on the rest of them. So just looking at that without.
There's,
we
I mean, there
also-
were a
sorry.
number of items that we
Yeah,
removed.
and now we have some other items. So the other ones we had was the removal of the trailer wrap expense, which is $8,000.
But that was for discussion or we just removed
It's
it?
in the garage as a discussion. Or in the parking lot, sorry, my bad. I always call that the garage. Other than that, we didn't have, council did agree to remove the pickleball, but again, that was no cost to the levy, the way that we had set it up, so it's removed, but it doesn't have an effect on the levy.
But it has an effect on, we put money back into
Yes,
reserves.
so with the removal of the pickleball for those two locations at this point, our reserves went from 11% reduction to an 8% reduction. And the other one that will affect that,
Sorry, if you could just go back to answering, what was the total on the trailer wrap?
$8,000.
Okay. Go ahead.
The other one that will affect the reserves is the reduced costing towards the parking master plan. We had 100,000 in our budget and we've reduced that to 20,000. So we wouldn't be removing 80,000. So now we're down to only a reduction of 7%. In our reserves.
Okay. What else do we have in the parking lot?
So in the parking lot, one of the other items that we actually did the other way was the addition of the accessible picnic tables for the airport. We earmarked that at a $5,000 expense.
If you could maybe list all of the items that were in the parking lot, so we kind of know, what
Yep.
are.
The next one was the reallocation of the bridge reserve to possibly the parking reserve. It's an internal transfer. It would have no effect. The next item was consider using the reserve transfer for Hawk Lake landfill for parking. That's the 19,000 that was in Hawk Lake initially. And then there's another 8,400 in the reserve that can be reallocated if council desires.
So how much, I'm sorry.
So
again,
the total is 27,400 in that reserve.
Okay.
Yes. The next item was for consideration is the council remuneration increase, whether or not to include it this year. And then the next comment was adding to the housing reserve. We don't have any dedicated dollars at this point, but that's where we could possibly use the Hawk Lake if council so wishes. The next item is increasing the wages for staff from the 2% that's included in the budget to 4% in kind of response to what's happening around the county, and that's an $88,800 increase. Next comment was reduce the contribution for reserves, 2 reserves for equipment under Trails Coordinator. 1,000 going to the building and 50,000 for equipment on that one. The next item is whether or not to proceed with the pickleball court project at Oxtong Lake Community Center. Again, no net cost to the reserve or to the levy, but affecting your reserves. And the last one is in considering increasing the docks and landing contribution to reserves.
And can you, like, have through what we've done to this point, reduce the increase to the levy?
Yes. Using these figures that I've suggested and that added reserve, not including the amounts for the things that we don't have a number for, we actually have gone from a 7.03% increase to the levy to a 6.26%. So instead of 470,000 added to the levy, we're only adding 418. So it's almost a 1% reduction so far. Just under.
Okay. So I guess the first, I'm sorry, go ahead.
One of the things that I had on my list for the parking lot was engineering for more hangars.
Right.
Apologies, I missed that.
Hangar engineering.
But is that coming from reserves?
Airport development.
Airport development. So that's, yeah, but that's fine.
So it wouldn't make an increase on the levy.
No, but it
Reduces
It is a
reserves.
discussion item, as Angie's saying. Yes, correct.
Okay, so the items that we need to talk about, I guess the first item that we need to agree on is, from our discussion with Public Works, and that's the trailer wrap. Thoughts? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Sure. I think the bigger ticket items are frankly the ones that matter more. I don't know.
I did hear you say yesterday that every dollar counts.
It does. It does. I guess I'm really interested in those higher percentages, but
But we need to make a decision on each one of these items that we put in the parking lot. So your thoughts on the trailer wrap?
then at 6 point something, I would say no to the trailer wrap. Let's save some pennies. That's my thoughts.
So when you say no, you mean out of the budget?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Apologies. I know it would look fabulous. Pickleball for Oxtown. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a,
Well, just 2 comments. One is that wrap can be done in time, correct?
Mm.
The wrap could be done, like if he has a surplus in his budget at the end of the year, with council support, that still could happen. To me,
Yep.
it's a no, yes, it's an, you know.
Yeah.
My other question is, I'm sorry, but I'm finding the back and forth. Visually, I'm having a hard time following the numbers. I would love to know all of the reserves that we've changed and the number, and then reallocate numbers into the reserve that we're, like, you know, we've taken out things from the reserve. I'm just having a hard time just going back and forth with the numbers. There's a way to see it, you
Well,
know?
I think right now what we're trying to do is look at the items that we didn't decide on, whether they literally come out of the budget
Okay,
and the levy,
okay.
and then deal with, you know, where we stand
Okay.
with, like one thing at a time.
Yeah, I mean, I can't change the reserve balances until I get full direction from you. What I'm thinking is if we can get the direction, then I can provide this information ahead of our final discussion next Thursday and make sure everybody's happy, and we can always, there can be discussion ahead of approving next week.
So where were you on the trailer wrap? Okay. Okay, sorry, the next was pickleball for Oxtown. I need to hear, I mean, the public cannot see shaking heads or nodding heads, so I need to hear you.
I think we're doing a lot right now at Oxtongue, so I think we can put pickleball on the back burner.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I do agree with Councillor Shortreed. I also very much take to heart a lot of the comments made earlier by Councillor Richards that we do tend to support the holidays of tourists. And that's a good thing, but when it comes at the expense of putting recreation opportunities into our own taxpayers, that hurts. And I'm happy that we've got a couple of objectives of turning that around a little bit through fee recovery, but I agree with regret to Councillor Shortreed's comments.
And, you know, to your comment, the one thing about the pickleball court is that it really and truly is likely more for local residents than it is for outsiders, but Councillor Richards. Thank you. I know that's hard coming from the Oxtown rep.
Well, I also agree with regret. I don't want to say no, but it's just too much money at this, point in time, for us to do. And I do think pickleball is, so wildly popular that if they really want it, they can do some fundraising. Maybe we can do a joint effort on something in the future, to have that at Oxton. But just at this point in time for us to take it on, I just don't think it's there.
Councillor Barry, okay. We're in agreement there. So forgive me for asking, but is there any cost savings at all to the levy?
There could be some minor cost
Well,
savings just because some of it is in the levy. Most of it is coming from our reserve.
But I guess I
But-
want to know how much is in the levy.
Yeah, one of them is about 3,000 and I'd have to look at the other one, but it's very minimal, but those will come out if we don't want to see them in the levy. Having said that, balancing and keeping those costs in for future and having already dedicated lines for those, the other option is those savings could go to contribution within those departments, cost centers, so that we're not losing that money in the levy for future use, but it's going into the reserve for, it's very minimal.
I hear what you're saying about minimum, but we're looking for cost savings. We're trying to reduce the levy. So we kind of need to have an idea how much that is.
Well, as I said, one is 3,000 and the other one, just give me 2 seconds. is 2,500. So the amount between the two is about $5,500.
But there's three project,
The other one is fully funded from the reserve.
5,500,
So
okay,
5,500 was the levied portion of those two other ones.
okay. So in the parking lot, next in, according to your list, was, whether or not we wanted to add, picnic tables, which we thought was around $5,000, and that's for, airport use, for the use of the food truck, for use of events. Counselor Shortreed.
You've had such a huge success with the fly-ins. I think you probably really need them.
Counselor Berry. I think that was
800.
six or eight, one or the other. Five. It's five. In the words of the famous Counselor Lisa Berry, yes or no?
Well, first of all, I have a question. In my math, we've taken 390. We've taken 390,000 out of our reserve from the pickleball. Where does that now go? Like, if we didn't take it out, does it just leave it in working reserves? You're saying yes,
Yes.
she's saying no.
Well, it just stays, it doesn't go anywhere. It stays in the working funds to be used and allocated accordingly. We just don't take the money from it. 'Cause
So
you're-
we were taking existing money in working class reserves, yeah.
In the working funds, we were gonna
Working funds.
reduce the working funds by the 390. Now we're not, so that money will stay in place.
So the projected balance goes up?
Angie.
Are you talking the 5,500?
No,
Okay.
the 3 transfers that didn't happen in red. I'm like kind of watching it. That's how I calculate it.
I can give you an update based on those three.
Yep.
And the parking right now, we're now down to a 5% reduction in our reserves at the end of the day. Versus. the
This is
11%.
reserves versus it's not changing the levy.
No,
No, but I guess where my mind is, we have more in the projected balance now.
of the reserves.
So we
yes.
have an additional.
It's at a 5% reduction from last year as opposed to,
Yeah.
I
we
guess
started at
I'm
11.
not thinking in percentages. I'm like, okay, we had 1.3 to start. And on our draft here, it says we had 860 left, but now we have 860 plus the 390.
Right.
Yes, correct. Our balance. at the- Oh,
Left on.
Our balance initially was, at the end of the day, based on the draft, was 7.8 million, and now we're sitting at 8.3 million as your ending balance of your reserves because we didn't take those monies.
And it's now down to a 5% or approximately 5%
Yes.
decrease. So we're just waiting on your answer about picnic tables.
Picnic tables, and is that new money or is that coming from a reserve?
That would likely be new money.
It is new money. If you could take it from accessibility reserve.
I support that.
Oh. Counselor Dayu?
I would support it coming from a reserve or at Oxtongue Lake, when the pavilion went in, there was, and I'm afraid I can't speak to the process, but several of those picnic tables were in fact donated by members of the local community. I wonder if there's something in that we could replicate.
Did you hear what the CAO said about it could come out of accessibility reserve as well? Because they have to be accessible tables?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I did hear that. We have quite a hefty accessibility bill in the years to come, and that's why I wonder if there was a donation or a cost recovery piece possible, then we could just keep the accessibility reserve intact.
Counselor Richards.
The airport events have done quite well. I'm wondering if even for a portion of it, we could come from that reserve. Instead.
So you'd have to take that to the committee.
Okay,
That's like, I mean, that's reserves for events and we haven't gotten very far in planning or what we know our costs for.
well, the picnic tables are for events, and I have a very good feeling knowing those guys that they'll be happy to fundraise for those picnic tables through the events. Sponsorship opportunities, perhaps.
Did I see a hand up over there?
Yes, just to say there is $9,300 in your airport committee, so you could take it from that initially through the budget process with the intention of it being
I'm not gonna,
replenished.
we'd have to have a discussion about that. So, I mean, what I'm hearing is, more than any other opinion is that we're not going to fund the picnic tables out of our levy this year. That we'll talk about and look at other opportunities. Whether they're sponsorships or we'll see how we make out with that. That's a good idea. Out. The next was taking the bridge reserve. Sorry, this isn't going to have an impact on the levy, but the next thing that was listed was taking the bridge reserves and putting it into parking reserves. Comments? Councillor Shortreed.
I just think back and hearing the cost of the Bear Lake Bridge and think that, if we need major bridge work, it's a lot of money, a lot.
Councillor Richards agrees.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think we need the reserve for bridges separately from parking.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I think if we need to ever dip into that in order to support the parking, we can at that time. Right now it's just passing things from the left hand to the right hand when it comes to infrastructure. So I'm happy to keep it as it is.
I'm just trying to balance, where we landed, like we decided not to go ahead with, like to take a different approach to parking and how we were going to look at that. And so should we be putting more money into a parking reserve or not based on that approach? Go ahead.
In the understanding that the Hawks, not the angled parking, but the lot, is going to be one of our biggest monetary hits in terms of parking, and that we are anticipating in this stage there will be at least a pay-to-play component with some cost recovery there, although it would take a long time to get there. I think that's the kind of thing that we might balance out closer to the day when we have a sense of how those costs look on the balance sheet. In other words, I'm happy to continue to keep it where it is.
In the bridge reserve. Councillor Richards. I'm finding
Yeah,
this approach a bit confusing.
well,
be-
keeping in mind that we've also reduced the parking consultant fees from 100,000 down to 20, there's 80,000 that we've kept in the parking. So I think we're in good shape to not have to move it at this point in time.
Okay, so that's out. So there was also a bit challenged with this, the money that we saved from the Hawk Lake landfill I think the suggestion was that it could be moved into the parking reserve, but to me, I think we just kind of covered that with the discussion we had, but thoughts on that? Like I've got an amount of 27,400. That's the only saving that we saw from not doing that project.
No, we saved the 129,000 above. That's the expenditure side, but in that cost center, we had a $19,000 contribution from reserves that was offsetting the expense. If we're not proceeding with the expense, then that contribution from reserves needs to be reallocated or just pulled out completely from like it's sitting there right now to be discussed as to what to do with. And the 27 is because that 19 was part of the Hawk Lake Reserve that was set up for the closure of Hawk Lake landfill. So there's 27,400 that council could reallocate to parking if they so wish. Or just leave it as a reserve that's in place, and then we reallocate it at any
A
given time.
reserve that's in place for Hawk Lake.
Yeah.
Councillor Richards.
I may be a bit sentimental in this thought.
Get out, really?
But if we're going to move it out of the Hawk landfill, I think, speaking on behalf of the community I live in, a good place to put it would be the log chute reserve.
Councillor Barry and then Deputy Mayor Dayan.
I would personally like to see it put in the parking.
We did talk about a consultant to help us with our parking philosophy.
Well, and we have a parking reserve somewhere here, Public Works parking reserve. And just so I'm clear, the 129, 19 of that was for reserve, from a reserve. What's changing the levy for the biggest chunk is this mobile landfill service being, because 100,000 of it basically was new money. Is that correct?
And that's
Yeah.
a saving on the levy.
Yeah, okay.
118,000, as I said
Okay.
in my report,
Yeah.
netting out the
Yeah.
revenues, yes.
I thought you said it was 129.5.
129.5 is the expenditure portion, not including the revenue transfer that we were doing to offset it. But the actual expense that I provided in my initial report to the levy was 118,000. But if we reuse that revenue somewhere else, it stays, it's fine. So if we take it out altogether, that's another option.
Councillor Richards and then Councillor or Deputy Mayor Dayan.
I know I have a habit of throwing out thoughts sometimes that aren't even thought about yet.
Well, I mean, now's
But-
the time.
But that being said, and I do appreciate the thought that we've really got to do something on the parking for the Hawks, and it's extremely important, and also, you know, one of my top priorities, totally. But I think we need to keep in mind that the hawking or the parking for the Hawks, Little Hawk Lake and Big Hawk Lake, is really about water access properties that are there. Yes, the congestion contributes to the surrounding area, but that's the money that's being spent on parking is really about the water access properties, the canoeists visiting the area. The transfer station affects the entire neighborhood. And so that's why my thought for the funds going towards the log chute are more inclusive of the entire community. Now, at the end of the day, it's semantics. We take from one reserve, put it to another, we can change it later, whatever. But I think the sentiment and I think the money that we're going to need towards that log chute is much greater than, you know, we've even considered yet.
You know, I don't disagree with you. I just see it as a drop in the hat when it comes to the log chute. And if we are going to, strike a committee and see about fundraising, I think that maybe there are some other opportunities for where this money goes into. I mean, really, the bottom line is that we can shift money that's in reserves anywhere. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I respectfully disagree with Councillor Richards. I love the log chute. I know we all agree we want to see it continue and we will strive in that direction. But for the local community, it's lovely to have, it's nice to go and visit, but putting funding towards a reserve towards the log chute does not impact their quality of life. And by putting money towards a parking reserve, we are tangibly impacting quality of life and stress levels and congestion levels and everything else. So for me, the priority remains the parking.
Well, and policing and bylaw officers involved, and I mean it's. I agree. On it going to parking. Counselor Berry, then Counselor Shortreed.
Are we still talking about the same money?
We're talking about a $27,400 that came out of reserves
Yeah.
for the Hawk Lake landfill and transferring it to another location in reserves.
And
And
I said
right now,
parking.
parking's in the lead.
Yeah, I concur. I was moving on to more money going there, but that's, I'll just hold off.
Counselor Shortreed.
I would love to see it go to log shoot too, but I'm with parking.
Okay. Next is council remuneration. And I would like to suggest that because we will, this kind of goes against what I've said before, but I don't really see anything happening with respect to that until next year. Really, I'd like to have a little bit more discussion about that, how much it's actually would add up to, what we're willing to consider. And so I'd like to take that, having firmly put it on the list, take it off. I'm seeing nods. Okay. That's one discussion we don't need to have. The one thing that we did not really address or identify anything for, and maybe I should move this down the list somewhere, was housing. We haven't put any more money into housing reserves. Councillor Berry.
Sorry, I'm still wondering what we're doing with the $80,000 from the parking master plan.
That's next.
Okay. I'm
Okay.
still in reserves. That's where my mind is,
Well, we're kind of
jumping around.
a little bit based on the list of priorities we had, but I don't see that there's anything else where we actually saved money, reduced the levy. There isn't. So it's a bit of a shuffle from here on. And, you know, I'm looking that we'll get some form of summation from the treasurer. And we'll have to have another final discussion about whether it actually came out the way we thought it should. This is not the,
I guess where my mind is in the 80,000 parking reserve or parking master plan that we haven't allocated. And we haven't allocated the $50,000 for the equipment for the trails office. To me, those are both reserve discussions.
mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, I think we need to have them. This is, you know, it going back and forth this way I can see the confusion. I'm confused, and so don't feel bad if you're confused. But I think maybe we need to have the discussions one at a time.
I think where I'm struggling with that is housing is sort of a new discussion.
Okay, but I guess what I would suggest is, probably one of the more important discussions that we need to have, the most costly one that we need to have is what we're prepared to do with salaries and a wage increase for everyone, because that's going to have the biggest, you know, one of the bigger financial aspects, and it's outside of reserves. Councillor Richards, and then Councillor or Deputy Mayor Dayu.
When it comes to housing, and I mean, it's an absolute priority for all of us, but I'm very disappointed in where we're at on housing. And it's not to lay blame at anybody's feet, but it's not moving forward. And so putting more money into something that's not moving forward is not appetizing to me at this time when we've been unable to move this levy down very far at all. And I completely understand why, and I'm supportive of the levy because I don't see how we can move it down much lower. But to increase, adding more money to reserves would increase the levy. And for an initiative that we've been unable to move forward, I just have no appetite for it at the moment.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Exactly what I was going to say.
Okay, without further ado, we'll take that one off the list. You know, just, you know, the point is that we need to try and do whatever we can to move forward with housing in some way, shape or form, at least invigorate discussions. You know, because we've all kind of got a bit of a gun pointed at our heads with respect to housing and what we're expected to do and how we're going to go about doing that. Can we talk about wages? And what we're prepared to do there before we get into the back and forth with reserve money. Deputy Mayor Day.
I would be grateful to hear the basis for the percentage increase that has been recommended by staff. And then after hearing that, obviously we have to have a conversation about this year. But my slightly longer term question for council is there an appetite to develop a policy or a practice at least to peg our staff increases to the unionized agreed staff increases, just as a straightforward practice for the years to come? But my first question is about the basis for the recommended increase from staff.
Was the cost of living, the standard cost of living increase was around 2%. And that's why 2% was included. And my concern was keeping in step with the increases that the union are seeing. You know, we want to keep ourselves independent and that's my sense, that we want to keep ourselves independent and not become unionized. And so one way to ensure that, and we've always stayed a little bit a step ahead of the other municipalities, much to their chagrin. And I'd like to continue to be able to do that. And they were at like between 4 and 4.5 with, I think, Minden may have got 50 cents an hour more for the first year. Others got 25 cents an hour more. You know, so it's a little bit more than 4%, which was like I was just kind of staying at 4%. And I had asked for a bit of a ad hoc average of what our increases have been over the last 5 years, which came out around 3%, I think. I don't, you know, having a policy about how, because it is kind of a moving target every year for us. And it kind of always has been a bit of a moving target. You know, every year we have this kind of discussion and, you know, some years I can remember, you know, that there's been a 1% increase and a 2% increase and then a 1.5% increase and then a 6% increase. And so, you know, we need to find ourselves somewhere, you know, more in line with, as you say, some form of policy. But I mean, that doesn't help us today, but it would certainly help us going forward. I think I saw Councillor Richard's hands first and then Councillor Barry. Okay, Councillor Barry.
Just curious where the increase would be coming from.
The levy. 1%. Or yeah, about 1%, just slightly over.
So we're virtually putting back what we've taken
What
out
we just saved.
for wages.
Go ahead.
If I may, based on the discussions you've had thus far and what we've removed and changed and so forth, now we're sitting at an increase to the levy of 409,000, which is about 6.12%. So you've actually gone down even with those wages in place.
Oh, so that's including the increase
That's
in wages.
including the wage estimation
Of what?
of 88,000
Of
for the
4%.
2%.
That-
Like
that would be a
we're
total.
adding 2. We have 2 in, we're adding 2. Correct.
Now, one comment I would like to make about our total, which you said was now what, 6.2?
6.12% of our levy, which works out to 4.75 on our tax rate and 4.3 for the overall. Just
What do you mean for the overall, including?
including county and education.
Oh, see what I was looking at, what's our increase? I would also just wanted to add that other municipalities are making a clear point of showing on their tax bills, here's what it costs us to increase our operations. Here's what it's costing us for OPP. Because that, you know, was been looking at, it is a substantial amount of money and people, I don't think understand. Hey, folks, here's what, you know, if you're making, frivolous calls, it's costing everybody money. And here's what we're setting aside for infrastructure reserve, because that's been something that's over and above what we've done in the past. That it's a new move that the municipalities in the county are making to make sure that we're sustainable in replacing our infrastructure. So, you know, I think that the public needs to understand those sort of troughs and why some of it is, you know, we can't get away from, and the wisdom of some of it too. Councillor Richards.
I do apologize, but I am confused.
It's loud.
So at this 6.1% on the levy, you have included a 4% increase or a 2% increase?
Added 2% to the
And the-
levy. It's so the increase for the staff would be 4%. But we've already built 2% into the levy and we're adding another 2%.
Okay, so it's 4% that is included in a 6.1% levy. Yes,
That's
Correct.
okay. So that's better in my mind because I was thinking we were going another.
No.
But you know, as far as policy is concerned here, this is why I've argued for the last 2 years that it should be whatever the cost of living increase is. Now we're in a down year. Last year we were in an up year. You know,
that's why I asked for the average.
well, yeah, right. And we should have done it, is what I'm saying.
We did,
We did 6 instead of 6.9.
oh, last year.
Like if staff knew there was an expected policy of cost of living is cost of living, they can plan ahead. That doesn't mean to say that we have to stick to that forevermore, because there could be market factors at play as well. But at least the standard is an automatic cost of living. And then we see what the market does and we can have that discussion if necessary.
I'm still going back with trying to, you know, stay on an even keel with where everybody else in the county stands. And to me, that's important. You know, we don't want to lose staff because of that.
But that's what I'm saying, that's market. So you have your standard cost of living
I don't see it as market.
and then market
I don't see that
levels.
as market.
Well, other municipalities are market.
Councillor Barry.
Are other municipalities having similar benefits as we do? And are other municipalities having the 4-day work week? These are just factors as well.
But they're still working the same number of hours, whether it's a 4-day work week or not. It's the same number of hours that they're working. There's some flexibility in their work schedules. It wouldn't be exactly the same of ours. The county has a policy that's somewhat different than ours, but they're not, it's hard to say that they're the same, but they have flexibility to shift their working hours. Would that be fair to say? You know better than I?
Yeah, no, that's definitely fair to say. And I know that the other municipalities they don't have policies attached to this, but they do quite a bit more working from home. And their benefit packages, I would say for the most part, are similar. They have some different, more robust, like, and I can't think of the word right now. And I apologize.
Because the union negotiates a lot of their
Yeah.
benefits as well. That's a moving target, you know, so they probably have the same health benefits that we do, but there are other benefits that come into play that you know, we built into our budget or we don't even think about.
Personal spending account is what I was trying to think of. Mhm.
Yeah, we'll leave you to think about that for a minute. I'll go to Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Last year, when we offered 6, do we recall what the unionized staff were receiving last year?
The timing was a little bit different for all of them. They don't all negotiate at the same time, but I believe it was around 4.
Right. So I think there's, there's
There's
a
more
really,
consistency there with them because they negotiate for a minimum of 3 years. Some of them negotiated for 4 years.
well, that's right. And that's where I think, the historical assessment or analysis might be helpful for us, because if we've been sticking to cost of living or cost and living plus a little bit, last year it was below a little bit, but 6% is, it was a good hike. It could be that if we stuck with a cost of living policy by increasing by cost of living every year, as Councillor Richards is suggesting, we wouldn't be actually that far off what the unions are offering or are requesting, simply because there will be some years when it is high and there will be other years when it is low, but it could be that it ends up being more or less around the same outcome in terms of the personal pocketbook.
I don't agree, but I mean, that's just me. And we haven't landed anywhere yet, so Councillor Richards, and I'd like to hear from yourself as well, and then back to Councillor Barry.
I know it's a complicated mathematical thing, but had we given the full cost of living increase the last 2 years and this year, we would be close to 4% this year in bottom line. So I don't have a problem with doing it, but I just do feel that we should
Work
make the
something out that-
policy for future to be the cost of living without having to, have this extensive conversation year after year.
Except there are other factors, that the other municipalities have that we don't.
Yeah.
And you can't build that into,
And
just
that's why
cost of
I'm
living.
saying it should be a minimum of the cost of
oh, I see,
living.
okay. Plus whatever
Then
other
take into
considerations.
market factors, what other municipalities, what other like jobs are paying, someone driving a heavy equipment. What is market paying, whether you're working for a municipality or a private contractor? Those things need to be taken into consideration on top of the cost of living.
But then you get into the point that Councillor Shortreed raised about other, like if you're not a municipality, but you're offering, like you've got equipment operators, we've got equipment operators. And a lot of them are subject to bonusing. You don't see that necessarily anywhere. And I'm not suggesting in any way, shape or form that we get into bonusing, but if we're looking at trying to compare and, be on an even keel with other like types of work. Madam CAO.
And staff just reminded me that last year, so 2024 was cost of living was 3.5. In 2023, it was 6. Not sure that makes a
So,
difference, but.
so we should be looking at 3.5 instead of 2? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
no, I'm just saying, because we keep referencing last year was 6% when it was actually 3.5. It was the previous year that was 6%.
I guess what I'm saying is, that's what I kind of thought, but yesterday it was said the other way. But
I could go for
both
3.5.
years, the point is both years we undercut the actual cost of living increase, which I argued against. And so that's why I don't have a problem this year in going above the actual cost of living, because the last 2 years we undercut them. And had we not undercut them, we'd be at that 4% you're seeking.
Councillor Shortreed.
I agree with everything that Councillor Richard said. The 4%, and we need to establish a policy where we are cost of living and market circumstances, if it's higher or not. We're gonna do cost of living every year, pretty much.
At least.
Yeah, so we can, our policy says that we're going to do cost of living, but if the market is going a different way, we do have the option of adding that on.
Councillor Barry.
I feel like are we talking cost of living? Or are we talking being in line with the,
Bit of both.
I don't know. I think I would feel comfortable this year at like 3.5. It's above cost of living. It's consideration to where we're going forward. I'm just one vote.
Didn't you do a little bit of a calculation the other day that sort of landed at 3.7? I mean, I know it was a quick calculation, but
Yeah, it was a quick calculation and it was based on the reverse of the 6.9 last year and it's a mathematical, I'm sure Jeannie could plug it in and get us the exact number that we owe them for undercutting them the last 2 years.
we were not going to account for appreciation. Okay, so we've got a 4. We're going between 3.5 and 4. Julie says 4. Deputy Mayor, do you?
I think I will say 4, with the hope and intention that within the next year, we can really have a good discussion about this. And so it isn't something that we figure out on budget day, but we really have a plan. I think that's the key. And until we have that, I think we should go to 4.
Yeah, okay. I like that. I'm not comfortable entirely with that. It's kind of on the fly and, a policy and a discussion. So you're at,
I'm at the 4 with, we need this policy because I just hate having this conversation every year with all of the staff watching us do it.
the proverbial whatever could hit the fan at any given time and we'd have a totally different discussion, depending on, world circumstances.
I honestly am surprised that it's 2%, to be honest.
Yeah, so was I. That it was low. Yeah, okay.
Sorry,
Where are
I
you
didn't hear what Councillor Barry said. I apologize.
Sorry, I'm happy to go to 4 with the consideration that I really wasn't expecting it to be at 2. I was sort of assuming it would be higher.
Higher. Well, you're unanimous, or we are unanimous at 4.
May I ask if, I'll assume that the 4% then applies to council remuneration?
As per
As
normal.
per normal, yeah.
That's our existing policy, I think, at the moment.
Yeah.
And it's
And
included in
because
the-
we've decided we're not going to have a council remuneration discussion. Okay. Did you have a question?
I was just gonna say, I already had that included in my
Oh, well
calculation,
done.
so.
Well done.
Do the other municipalities all get turkeys? Is that just an Algonquin Highlands thing? So I've always wanted to know that. We're kind of talking about it. I know it's not recreation. I know it's not cost of
No, they
living.
don't, but they do other things. They, some of them have parties. And there's a cost associated with that. And I want to say with respect to the turkeys, if the council gets the same increase, I think we should all get a turkey. Just kidding.
Council's decision.
No, but there are other
Okay.
factors that we don't do. And I really kind of would like us to plan to do some sort of joint celebration at Christmas time that includes everyone. And the staff can have their own opportunity to meet on their own so that they can trash council at their will. But it would be nice to do something all together. Okay, next on the list is the parking master plan and then what we're going to do with the reduction there. I think that was the next item on the list. Madam Treasurer.
So right now, I would reduce it down to the 20,000, which is coming out of reserves, and just leave the remaining 80,000 in the parking reserve. And it just stays there waiting for what to do with it next.
Thoughts on that? I'm seeing nodding heads. You have to say yes or no. Nodding heads don't work.
Yes.
Okay,
I'm fine
that
with
takes that one out of the mix. What is this? Okay, then there was as per the comment that you made, there was the $50,000 that we had in equipment for recreation, whether we wanted to do something with that. And that was a contribution to reserves, which is part of the levy. Thoughts on that? I can't actually remember. I think it was yourself, Councillor Berry, who said you wanted to talk about this.
I thought it should, I just thought for $100,000, I think was it
50,
50 was going into equipment, the remaining was going into the trails new office. I wondered about the 50,000 staying in reserve this year as we're still building the trails office reserve up.
And you're saying take the 50,000 and split it 25-25 because you can't completely remove equipment replacement reserve.
Sorry. It had originally come out of working funds reserve.
Go ahead.
This is the contribution to reserves in under Trails Coordinator. We had budgeted $100,000 to be transferred or contributed to the reserves. 50,000 for the Trails Office or the future Trails Office and 50,000 for future Trails equipment. The thought was we could reduce that contribution to reserves in relation to the equipment under Trails. Because if you do that, well, there's 50,000 going in, you'd be down to 38,000 left in that reserve, which is minimal, so, but you can reduce it if you so wish this year and then work towards it.
I might be alone, but I know there was a bunch of nays saying on housing. But I still would like to see that reserve going up. We put $10,000 in a year ago, basically. We can't do anything with $10,000, but
It adds up.
it adds up. Like when we start a reserve, isn't the intention to build on it?
Well, and particularly adds up if say, for instance, we're talking about the dreaded consultant that we might need, or a planning, extraordinary
survey.
planning service, some kind of service that we don't offer, that it definitely contributes to that. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
The challenge is, even if we had $100,000 in that reserve, it's going to be challenging to do anything with it. If we're talking about costs for surveys or a report on communal servicing or something like that, I think there are other pockets where we can also draw from for to bump that up. But if we're talking about housing projects, we just don't have, to Councillor Richard's point, we just don't have that plan yet. And in a year when we're really trying to do our best to keep costs low for folks, in the absence of that plan, I prefer to look to the other reserves once we, do get our brilliant idea.
And let's really pin our hopes on a really brilliant idea. Because I really would like to see us move forward. I mean, it's one of the biggest things that, we hear from the public. What are you doing with housing? It's the biggest, priority across the country. But it's, what we're talking about is a drop in the hat, but it would cover the cost of a consultant or service.
Consultant survey, to me, it's like, put your money where your mouth is. Like, we're saying we're investing in housing, we're supporting it, but not right now because we don't have a plan. We know whatever we do, we're gonna need money.
Deputy Mayor Dayu?
If I may, though, what doesn't show up on our budget, in our budget binder, is the fact that we are actively trying to give some of our land away for housing projects. That land has a value. So we are giving of ourselves towards the physical construction of housing. It just doesn't, live here in the budget binder.
Good point. I mean, we definitely need to leave money in the reserve for any work that's going to be done to the Trails Office. That's going to cost a lot of money. There's, so we need to be ready for that. Even the planning for it will cost a certain amount of money, and we have to leave some money in the equipment reserve. How much of that? I guess I'm looking to hear. Councillor Shortreed.
25 to each reserve. I'm just throwing a number out.
We can't hear you.
Are you speaking to me? I apologize.
Oh, yeah, no, I can't hear the nod. Yeah, I mean, that's the public is listening. And when we nod to something, the public can't necessarily hear that.
No, I just didn't know if you were looking at me because you're a
Yeah,
very small dot on my screen. I'm happy with that recommendation. I mean, really, I think it's just about landing on a number. That's as good as any.
Councillor Richards.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the amount we were gonna take out from reserves for the pickleball courts was from the working funds reserve of 390,000. So if we took that and allocated that over for the full 100,000, just a portion of that, so leave 290 and take 100 and put it over there, then we could completely eliminate this from the levy, right? For this year? Does that make sense?
No,
No, doesn't make sense?
sorry, no,
Maybe it makes sense to Jeannie?
it needs to make sense to us.
I know, but she could maybe help me explain.
Technically, I mean, yes, you could reorganize where you're putting your working funds money. But working funds is an all-encompassing fund, so it can be redirected at any given time
In any
in any direction you wish. So my thought, like, if you wish, you could remove leave the 50,000 for the trails office and remove the equipment one completely and save the 50,000 there, knowing that you can reallocate the money later on. But it's going to reduce your reserve balance because you're not putting that money into your reserve. You're taking it from the levy, yes, and you're reducing your levy cost, but you're also reducing your balance in your reserves. So it would just be more so effective to just say, no, we're not doing that contribution this year, knowing we can move reserves around if we need to later on instead of allocating specifically.
So where did you land with that?
That's what I want to do.
And quite honestly, I mean, you completely lost me on that one. It's not 3 o'clock yet, which is our kind of our witching hour, but you know, I don't quite understand what you've just said you want to do.
I'd like to reduce the levy a little bit more by not doing the contribution there
The contribution to where?
to the reserve for the equipment trails office. So either
But how
I-
are they supposed to replace?
well, that's what you're saying. Like, I'd like to reallocate it from here to there so that it's still there. But, you know,
So bottom line, you're removing the $25,000 for equipment reserve or equipment replacement.
50.
50/50.
Oh, 50, right.
I,
Excuse me. Counselor Barry.
I kind of hear what Councillor Richards is saying. I saw this as 100,000 going into the reserve, 50 of it for trails, 50 of it for equipment. My thought was, I support putting in 50 and taking 50 back into the levy.
Okay.
Is that?
Madam CAO.
That's what I would recommend. I would recommend leaving 50 in the levy for equipment because we know we are always going to need equipment. We're going to need a vehicle. And so that leaves that amount in the levy so it's always there. It doesn't increase the levy next year. And take out maybe 50 for the office. Because then that reduces the levy by $50,000. But I would
Either
recommend
way.
leaving 50 in it.
Yeah, I recommend it, exactly what you're saying, but 50 in the trails office, the building,
Yes.
and taking 50 out for
Yes.
whatever. That's what I said.
Deputy Mayor Dayu, then Counselor Richards.
I'm very happy with the CAO's suggestion. What I don't want to get into is shifting around reserve money from one reserve to another reserve because we can do that at any time. We don't have to do that today. It, you know, the important thing is we're continuing to contribute to the equipment. And I think that's the most important thing for today.
Councillor Berry.
However, however, we have put in $2,000 into special projects park equipment, and we've taken out $6,500. So we technically haven't put any money in this year.
That's a separate reserve. This one is the HHWTCO reserve, which is the trails coordinator. The equipment one is a separate
Like
reserve. So
playground?
this 50,000 was going into the like the trails
Mhm.
reserve, which is above that. For equipment related to the trails office. That equipment that you're looking at, that special one is for like tractor equipment for lawn cutting and stuff. There's separate reserves for everything. So if this is the way we want to go, basically what happens is in the trails coordinator cost center, I will offset that transfer to reserves of those monies, the $100,000 by 50,000 of it coming from the transfer on the revenue side out of working funds. You're allocating working funds towards it, which reduces it. It reduces your levy and it's taking it from your reserves, but it's minimal effect on the reserve balance, but it will reduce your levy for this year
By 50,000.
by 50. And it'll be a contribution from reserves on the revenue side within the trails office. So your contribution will stay in place in the expense side, but you're offsetting where it's coming from and how it's being funded from being funded from the levy to being funded from the reserve.
Are we in agreement on that? Yes, I'm seeing, oh, sorry.
I'm not sure I agree with
Tell us why.
that. Well, it could be because I'm not sure I understand what Jeannie's saying. And I apologize for that.
You're not alone.
What I think I heard was that you were gonna fund a contribution to reserve from working funds. Is that what you said?
Basically, yes, we're redirecting working funds to go towards, to offset that contribution for the trails office. Right now, we have 100,000 on the expense side. So the only other way to do it is just remove 50,000 on the expense side. And then and there's only 50,000 going into the trails office.
I think that's important because I don't think council understood that either.
Okay.
So if I
this is-
could just clarify that for council is, so what Jeannie was saying is exactly what I thought was council was looking to remove 50,000 from the levy.
Yes.
What Jeannie was suggesting is to offset it by another reserve. So that's not what council's wanting to do, and I don't think that's what you should do. I think you should remove it from the levy at the end. I agree.
And but I also heard one other piece of the pie was the 50,000 that remains. I heard put it completely into equipment. And I also heard put it into the trails office. And you know, I mean, or does it matter? You know, if he's got $50,000 going into reserves, you know, the trail, like my earlier point was the trails office is going to be a lot of money. And at some point in time, you know, we're going to have to make sure that we've got that money to move forward. At the same time, there needs to be some allowance for, you know, equipment replacement. So I had kind of thought, okay, let's take the remaining $50,000 and split it at least so that there's, I mean, I guess it doesn't, it's semantics if we can take and move money from reserves for anything, but at least it shows in the budget. We're considering the office and putting some money aside for the office. We're also leaving an allowance for some replacement of equipment should it be needed. Sound okay?
And I totally agree with that. I just was following this, like Councillor Richards had said, maybe using working funds. So that's the only reason I did it, but I agree.
So you're clear on what we want to do?
I'm
Okay.
reducing the water trails budget by $50,000. We're just doing a $50,000 contribution instead of 100.
Now forgive me for the next item because for some reason or other, I still have got pickleball in Oxtongue. And we're a total nix on that. And next I've got under, I think was reserves, docks and landings. Excuse me, my water thing seems to have disappeared now.
So one of the thoughts during your discussions was to consider increasing docks and landings contribution. I just want to remind council that we do have the unbudgeted revenues that have been redirected that way in the past. So that is always and probably will continue. So
Unbudgeted revenues from where?
yeah, the
From where?
unbudgeted revenue from the planning and so forth, the purchase, the land sales and things like that, that money's has been redirected to docks and landings in the past. So you're welcome to put in increase contribution this year, but you also have the option of redirecting the revenues.
Councillor Shortreed, then Councillor Richards.
So just bring me up to date. The reserve for docks and landings should be 245, right?
Correct.
Because that 100,000. So
That's correct.
docks and landings is 245. Plus we have shore road allowance and hopefully short-term rental income. We have the potential to increase that by. So at this point, I'm okay because of that extra 100,000 that got added in as
Mhm.
just a typo.
Typo.
Yeah, I think for this year, I'm good that way. We just have to really keep an eye on this, because it is so short funded. So as we start to lose future sales of shoreline, allowances and, we don't know what we're gonna gain in MAT, we've got to really just keep our eye on it, because this is such a huge expense and necessary one.
The final thing, well, there were two questions I had. One was I raised a concern earlier about whether in fact, and I know that there's been money kind of allocated in different cost centers, but I want to be absolutely comfortable that we've covered ourselves when it comes to legal fees. I just see, as time goes by, increasing legal fees. It's something that for everyone's sake, it's one of those things that keeps me awake at night. Because, I see some of the legal fee requirements as being somewhat frivolous or unrealistic in some cases, and yet the taxpayers are having to pay for it. And so it makes me crazy, but have we covered ourselves, you think, for this year?
Well, as Jeannie mentioned earlier, we've increased them in hopes that we're covered. From year to year, we never know. I mean, there's things that could happen that we could never anticipate. So we're hoping that some of the things will come to a close this year. So
In our favor.
in our favor, hopefully. But again, we won't know. So,
Okay.
we're hoping.
Fair enough. I know it was kind of a hard question to answer. Councillor Berry, did I see your hand up about that?
Just when it comes to summarizing the finale, the changes from the first draft to the second, can you be, I'm sure this answer is yes, but just be clear on the change of the actual input into the reserves this year, like how we've changed the contribution, the percentage, as well as what you were mentioning earlier with policing and that type of thing, how that's changed. And then obviously the reduction in the levy.
Is it, to the point about letting the public know, okay, this percent of the increase in the levy goes towards operations or capital expenses, and this is, to cover the cost of policing, and this is an infrastructure reserve. Is there a way to, I mean, I don't know whether you can do that on our actual final tax bill, or whether we put it in our, our flyer that we send out with the tax bill. I just would really like the public to be able to understand this is not all of our doing.
Well, if I may, tradition has had it that we put it in a department look, expenditures versus revenues and department in graphs in our budget highlights. It's certainly welcome, we could certainly do another graph in addition to show where the money's going to county, education, policing. You know, like we can give a pictorial or a graphic within our budget highlights, which is the one that is put on our website, speaking to all of the budget items as well as providing those graphs. We can certainly provide other images of that nature, which can give a better idea of where the monies is going.
As well as the infrastructure
Yeah.
money, the 1%, because it's built right in. Is it council's opinion that that's enough?
What is the final
I'm not-
levy right now?
I think we're at 6.12, but we might be, what,
We only have that other last item to discuss is the engineering for hangars that Angie said
But-
we were going to discuss.
well, that's not something that's going to impact
No,
the
if it's-
levy.
No, it isn't. Okay. So where you stand now, where we stand now,
Could we just finish that last item? Will you make sure get your numbers, about the question was raised about doing engineering for the hangars so that we're shovel ready. It is part of the previous airport development plan. The land is set aside. All I want to do is, and I'm quite sure that there's at least one staff member who would like to go ahead as well to do engineering for hangars. It comes out of the airport development fund. It does not cost us anything on the levy. Can I get a yes or no to that?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Yes, we need to maintain the infrastructure we've got and keep the services alive, yes.
Councillor Richards?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a go. At least we're using the airport development fund, towards something. So final, where's our final bottom line? I know that, I think the last I heard on reduction to reserves is now at 5%? Or was that the levy?
with the removal of the 50,000 going in on under trails, we're at 6%. So our reserves now are seeing a reduction of 593 or $503 in total. So it's
And
being
6%?
reduced by 6% instead of 11. So we've left 5% back in the reserves. We didn't take it from them.
Okay. And where do we stand with the percent increase on the levy?
The levy increase now is 5.3%, 5.37%, which represents a reduction since we started the process of $111,480. Like we've reduced the amount we were going to raise. The 470 that we started with is now reduced by 111. So now we're only raising $359,428 in addition to
So
what
the
we-
percent increase of the levy, 5.37.
Correct. From 7.03 initially.
Councillor or Deputy Mayor Dayu, then Councillor Richards.
I think given that what we are doing is reducing our own offerings in order to offset the inflationary increases that are entirely out of our control, I would really hate to reduce it anymore. Like we're doing our level best here, and almost everything has to do with all of these increases, bar a tiny bit, have to do with things that are outside of our control. So I am happy with where we are. I don't think I would want to eke out any more pennies. It's not our fault.
I agree. I'm happy with 5.37. Councillor Richards and then Councillor Barry.
I was just wondering if we could get the actual bottom line impact percentage. Yeah, the
Oh, per
like the
$100,000.
combined, bottom line.
So Based on the 5.37% increase in your levy, that is, but our tax rate actually is 4.01%, and it's $15 per annual increase, $15 per 100,000, 1505 basically. For the municipal tax rate only, just our portion. With everybody's in calculated, it's a $31 a year increase on $100,000. That's including county and education.
Are we all happy with that?
Yes.
Thank you. Me too. Good job, everyone. And I thank you all for your patience and for sitting there quietly, not throwing spitballs at us. Thanks for all the hard work on getting us where we are. I think that this is a reasonable position for us to be in, and I appreciate the work. Truly do. Okay, so that we've got some clerk things to do. So you're going to bring back a final report to us on next Thursday, right?
You'll get a final report with the budget impact. I will also send you out the copy of the parking lot items, just so you can see everything and see all the wording. And then we can do a final review next week before we approve it.
Deputy Mayor Dayo.
Sorry,
Can't hear
all
you.
is well.
Have a good weekend. Could I have a mover and a seconder on the confirmatory bylaw? Do I see your hand up, Deputy Mayor Dayo? I mean, it is literally, okay. It looked like there was a glowing hand there. Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Barry.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Barry, be it resolved bylaw 2025-28 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held during its special meeting be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed.
All in favor? That's carried. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Richards, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu, be it resolved the special meeting is hereby adjourned at 2:30 PM.
All in favor? That's carried.